Have you ever wondered why certain places on Earth remain completely off limits to ordinary people? What secrets lie hidden behind razor wire fences, government classifications, and nature's own deadly barriers? Today, we're about to embark on an extraordinary journey to explore 20 of the most mysterious and inaccessible locations on our planet. Places where stepping foot could mean facing extreme danger, legal consequences, or even death. Our world is vast and diverse, filled with countless destinations that welcome millions of visitors each year. Yet scattered across every continent are locations that exist in shadows, wrapped in layers of secrecy, protected by natural forces, or guarded by authorities who will stop at nothing to keep outsiders away. These aren't your typical tourist destinations. They're the forbidden territories that spark our curiosity precisely because we cannot reach them. The reasons why certain locations become completely inaccessible to the public fall into several distinct categories, each more fascinating than the last. Understanding these criteria helps us appreciate just how diverse and complex our planet's restricted zones truly are. Some of the most intriguing forbidden places exist because of classified government operations. These locations house military installations, intelligence facilities, or research projects so sensitive that their very existence is often denied. The security around these areas isn't just about keeping people out. It's about protecting information that could alter the balance of global power. From underground bunkers designed to withstand nuclear attacks, to facilities conducting experiments that push the boundaries of human knowledge, these government-controlled zones represent some of the most heavily guarded real estate on Earth. What makes these places particularly mysterious is the complete information blackout surrounding them. While we might catch glimpses through satellite imagery or leaked documents, the full truth about what happens behind their walls remains largely unknown. The personnel who work there are bound by oaths of secrecy that extend far beyond their employment, creating an almost impenetrable wall of silence around these operations. Nature itself has created some of the most effective barriers to human exploration. Certain locations on our planet are so inherently dangerous that approaching them would be tantamount to a death sentence. These places challenge our understanding of what environments can support life, featuring conditions so extreme that they seem almost alien. From pools of acid that can dissolve human tissue in minutes, to volcanic formations that constantly threaten to erupt with devastating force, these natural fortresses have claimed the lives of those brave or foolish enough to attempt exploration. The danger isn't always immediately obvious. Some of these locations appear deceptively calm on the surface while harboring lethal threats just beneath. What's particularly fascinating about these naturally dangerous places is how they often exist in stark contrast to their surroundings. An island paradise might harbor deadly secrets in its interior, or a seemingly peaceful valley might conceal toxic gases that could kill within hours. These locations remind us that despite all our technological advances, nature still holds dominion over vast areas of our planet. Some forbidden zones exist not to keep secrets or protect people from danger, but to preserve irreplaceable ecosystems and species from human interference. These conservation areas represent our planet's most fragile and unique environments, places where human presence could cause irreversible damage to delicate ecological balances that have taken millennia to develop. The protection of these areas often involves complex international agreements and strict enforcement mechanisms. Scientists and researchers may be granted limited access under carefully controlled conditions, but for the vast majority of people, these locations remain completely off-limits. The irony is that these places are often some of the most beautiful and scientifically significant on Earth, yet their protection requires that we appreciate them from afar. These conservation zones also serve as living laboratories, allowing researchers to study natural processes without human interference. The data collected from these pristine environments helps us understand everything from climate change to evolutionary biology, making their protection crucial not just for the species that live there, but for our understanding of life itself. Political tensions and ongoing conflicts have rendered certain areas completely inaccessible to civilians and most government officials alike. These zones exist in a state of perpetual uncertainty, where the normal rules of international law and diplomacy break down. They might be disputed territories claimed by multiple nations, areas under military occupation, or regions where ongoing conflicts make safe passage impossible. The political complexity surrounding these locations often means that even obtaining accurate information about them becomes a diplomatic challenge. Maps might show different borders depending on which country produced them, and the legal status of activities in these areas remains in constant flux. For travelers and researchers, these political barriers can be just as impenetrable as any physical obstacle. Over the next several hours, we'll explore 20 unique locations that embody these various forms of inaccessibility. Each place on our list has earned its spot not just because it's difficult to reach, but because it represents something extraordinary about our planet. Whether that's the lengths governments will go to protect their secrets, the incredible power of natural forces, or the dedication required to preserve our world's most precious environments. Our journey will take us from remote islands lost in the vast expanses of the Southern Ocean to underground facilities that exist beneath our feet in major cities. We'll venture to places where the very air is toxic, where deadly creatures have evolved in isolation, and where human activities have created environments so dangerous that they may remain hazardous for thousands of years. Some of these locations are shrouded in complete mystery, with only rumors and speculation surrounding their true purpose. Others are well documented but remain physically inaccessible due to extreme conditions or tight security. A few exist in a strange middle ground where we know they're there and understand their importance, but bureaucratic barriers or conservation concerns keep them locked away from public access. Each location tells a story not just about geography or politics, but about human nature itself. They reflect our curiosity about the unknown, our desire to explore and understand, and sometimes our wisdom in recognizing that certain places are better left undisturbed. They remind us that even in our interconnected satellite-mapped world, there are still places that remain genuinely mysterious and inaccessible. As we explore these forbidden territories, we'll uncover the fascinating histories behind their restriction, the ongoing efforts to study or protect them, and the occasional glimpses that researchers, whistleblowers, or satellite imagery have provided into their hidden worlds. Some of these places challenge our understanding of what's possible on Earth, while others reveal the extraordinary measures taken to keep certain information away from public view. Prepare yourself for a journey that will challenge your assumptions about what you thought you knew about our planet. These aren't just remote locations, they're windows into aspects of Earth that most people will never experience directly. From the moment we begin, you'll discover why these 20 places have captured the imagination of explorers, conspiracy theorists, scientists, and adventurers around the world. The forbidden nature of these locations only adds to their allure, creating an irresistible combination of mystery and inaccessibility that has inspired countless theories, research efforts, and attempts at infiltration. As we delve into each location, you'll understand why they remain off-limits and what makes them so uniquely fascinating that they've earned a place on this exclusive list of Earth's most mysterious forbidden territories. Our journey into the world's most forbidden and mysterious places begins in one of the most remote corners of our planet, where the vast expanse of the Southern Ocean conceals what many consider to be the loneliest piece of land on Earth. Bouvet Island stands as a testament to the raw power of isolation, a place so distant from human civilization that it exists almost like an alien world within our own planet's boundaries. Located approximately 1,600 miles southwest of the coast of South Africa and over 1,100 miles from the nearest landmass, Bouvet Island represents the ultimate expression of geographical isolation. This small volcanic island, measuring just 19 square miles in area, sits like a forgotten jewel in the endless blue of the South Atlantic Ocean. To put its isolation into perspective, imagine being stranded in the middle of the ocean, with no land visible in any direction for over 1,000 miles. That's the reality of Bouvet Island's position in our world. The island's discovery story reads like something from a maritime adventure novel. Norwegian whaler and explorer Carl Anton Larsen first spotted this mysterious landmass in 1898, though it had been previously sighted by French explorer Jean-Baptiste Charles Bouvet de Lozier in 1739, after whom the island is named. However, what makes Bouvet Island's discovery particularly fascinating is how difficult it proved to locate again. Early explorers often spotted the island from a distance but found it nearly impossible to approach due to the treacherous seas and weather conditions that perpetually surround it. The geography of Bouvet Island is as dramatic as its isolation is complete. Rising from the ocean floor like a fortress of ice and rock, The island is almost entirely covered by glaciers, with ice covering roughly 93% of its surface. The remaining 7% consists of barren volcanic rock formations that speak to the island's violent geological origins. The highest point on the island reaches 2,277 feet above sea level, creating a stark silhouette against the often stormy Antarctic skies. What makes Bouvet Island particularly mysterious is its volcanic nature. The island sits atop an active volcanic system, part of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, which continues to shape its landscape through ongoing geological processes. While there haven't been any recorded eruptions in recent history, the island's thermal activity creates unique microclimates beneath the ice, where pockets of relatively warm ground exist in this otherwise frozen wasteland. These thermal areas have fascinated scientists as they potentially harbor unique ecosystems that have evolved in complete isolation from the rest of the world. The climate of Bouvet Island is nothing short of extreme. Temperatures rarely rise above freezing, even during the brief Antarctic summer months. The island experiences constant cloud cover for most of the year, creating an atmosphere of perpetual twilight that adds to its mysterious character. Winds regularly exceed hurricane force, creating conditions that make any approach by sea extremely dangerous. The surrounding waters are notorious for their unpredictability, with massive swells and sudden storms that can appear with little warning. But it's not just the harsh climate that makes Bouvet Island inaccessible to ordinary visitors. The island's remote location means that reaching it requires a significant expedition, complete with specialized ice-class vessels capable of handling the rough Antarctic seas. The nearest port from which such an expedition could be launched is thousands of miles away, making any journey to Bouvet Island a massive logistical undertaking that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars and requires months of planning. The Norwegian government, which has maintained territorial control over Bouvet Island since 1930, has implemented strict access controls that make unauthorized visits virtually impossible. The island has been designated as a nature reserve, and any scientific research or visits must be approved through a complex bureaucratic process that can take years to complete. This protection exists not just to preserve the island's unique ecosystem, but also to prevent the kind of environmental damage that could result from uncontrolled human access. One of the most intriguing aspects of Bouvet Island is the complete absence of any indigenous human population or historical human settlement. Unlike virtually every other piece of land on Earth, Bouvet Island has remained untouched by permanent human habitation throughout recorded history. This makes it one of the few places on our planet where we can observe natural processes occurring without any human influence whatsoever. The island's wildlife, while limited due to the harsh conditions, includes several species that have adapted to this extreme environment. Seals, penguins, and various seabirds use the ice-free areas for breeding, creating small pockets of life in this otherwise desolate landscape. The surrounding waters teem with marine life, including whales, dolphins, and numerous fish species that thrive in the nutrient-rich Antarctic waters. Perhaps the most mysterious aspect of Bouvet Island involves the strange discoveries that have been made there over the years. In 1964, a South African research expedition discovered an abandoned lifeboat on the island's coast, along with supplies and equipment that suggested recent human presence. However, despite extensive investigations, no explanation was ever found for how these items reached the island or who had left them there. The mystery deepened when subsequent expeditions found no trace of the people who had presumably used the lifeboat, leading to wild speculation about their fate. This discovery gave rise to numerous theories and legends surrounding Bouvet Island. Some suggested that the island served as a secret base for military operations during the Cold War, while others proposed more fantastical explanations involving everything from alien visitation to secret government experiments. While most of these theories lack credible evidence, the remote nature of the island and the difficulty of verification have allowed such speculation to flourish. The scientific value of Bouvet Island cannot be overstated. Its isolation makes it an invaluable natural laboratory for studying how ecosystems develop and evolve without human interference. Climate researchers use data from the island to understand Antarctic weather patterns and their role in global climate systems. Marine biologists study the surrounding waters to gain insights into Southern Ocean ecosystems that remain largely unexplored. Geological research on Bouvet Island has revealed fascinating insights into the Earth's crustal formation and volcanic processes. The island's position on the mid-Atlantic ridge makes it a crucial location for understanding how ocean ridges function and how new oceanic crust is formed. Core samples taken from the island's ice cap provide researchers with detailed climate records spanning thousands of years, offering valuable data about past climate conditions and changes. The technological challenges of conducting research on Bouvet Island are immense. Scientists must transport all their equipment and supplies by ship across thousands of miles of rough ocean, then somehow get everything safely onto an island with no natural harbors or safe landing areas. Weather windows for landing are extremely limited, sometimes lasting only a few hours before conditions become too dangerous to remain on shore. Modern satellite technology has allowed researchers to monitor Bouvet Island remotely, tracking changes in its ice cover, volcanic activity, and surrounding ocean conditions. However, this remote monitoring can only provide limited information, making the rare scientific expeditions that do reach the island incredibly valuable for advancing our understanding of this unique environment. The psychological impact of Bouvet Island's extreme isolation has also become a subject of scientific interest. Researchers who have spent time on the island report experiencing a profound sense of disconnection from the rest of humanity, describing the experience as being on another planet entirely. This isolation effect has implications for our understanding of human psychology and could provide insights valuable for long-duration space missions or other extreme isolation scenarios. Recent years have seen increased interest in Bouvet Island from various quarters. Climate change researchers want to study how warming temperatures might affect the island's ice cover and surrounding ecosystem. Marine biologists are interested in the unique species that might exist in the island's thermal areas. Even archaeologists have expressed interest in studying the island's role in early navigation and exploration of the Southern Ocean. The island's status as Norwegian territory has occasionally led to diplomatic complexities, particularly regarding research access and environmental protection measures. International scientific cooperation is essential for any major research projects on the island, requiring careful coordination between multiple governments and institutions. The mystery of Bouvet Island extends beyond its physical characteristics to questions about its future. Climate change models suggest that the island's ice cover could change dramatically over the coming decades, potentially exposing new areas of land and altering its ecosystem significantly. These potential changes add urgency to current research efforts and raise questions about how the island should be protected and studied in the years ahead. For the vast majority of people, Bouvet Island will remain forever inaccessible, existing only in photographs, scientific reports, and the imagination. It represents one of the last truly wild places on our planet, a location where nature reigns supreme and human presence remains minimal and temporary. In our interconnected world, where virtually every corner of the globe has been mapped, photographed, and cataloged, Bouvet Island stands as a reminder that true wilderness still exists, protected by the very forces of nature that make it so compelling and mysterious. Chapter 2, Room 39, North Korea's Secret Financial Empire. Deep within the labyrinthine bureaucracy of North Korea lies one of the most secretive and mysterious financial institutions in the world. Known only as Room 39, this enigmatic organization operates in the shadows of international finance, generating billions of dollars for the North Korean regime through methods that range from legitimate business ventures to activities that violate international law and sanctions. The very name Room 39 Inches evokes images of clandestine meetings and covert operations, and the reality of this organization is perhaps even more intriguing than any fictional spy thriller could imagine. Room 39, officially known as Bureau 39 or Division 39, represents the financial nerve center of North Korea's ruling elite. Established in the late 1970s during the reign of Kim Il-sung, this secretive organization was created with a single, overarching mission: to generate hard currency for the North Korean leadership and fund the regime's most sensitive operations. What makes Room 39 particularly fascinating is how it operates as a state within a state, maintaining its own network of businesses, financial institutions, and operatives around the world. The organizational structure of Room 39 is deliberately opaque, designed to obscure its true scope and activities from international scrutiny. Intelligence estimates suggest that the organization employs thousands of people worldwide, from high-level executives running legitimate businesses to low-level operatives engaged in various forms of smuggling and illegal trade. At its core, Room 39 functions as a parallel economy, generating revenue streams that bypass traditional government channels and flow directly to the highest levels of North Korean leadership. Understanding the purpose and function of Room 39 requires delving into the unique economic challenges faced by North Korea. The country's isolation from the international community, combined with extensive sanctions imposed by the United Nations and individual nations, has created an environment where traditional diplomatic and economic channels are severely limited. In this context, Room 39 serves as a crucial lifeline, providing the regime with the foreign currency needed to maintain power and fund priorities that would otherwise be impossible to finance through legitimate means. The range of activities attributed to Room 39 is staggering in both its scope and audacity. Intelligence reports and defector testimonies suggest that the organization is involved in everything from counterfeiting foreign currency and manufacturing high-quality fake pharmaceuticals to running legitimate businesses in countries around the world. Some of the most profitable operations allegedly include the production and distribution of methamphetamines, with North Korea believed to be one of the world's largest state-sponsored producers of this illegal drug. One of the most sophisticated aspects of Room 39's operations involves its network of front companies and shell corporations established in countries around the world. These businesses often appear to be legitimate enterprises, complete with proper licensing, professional websites, and genuine business activities. However, intelligence agencies believe that many of these companies serve dual purposes, generating legitimate revenue while also facilitating money laundering, sanctions evasion, and other illegal activities. The counterfeiting operations attributed to Room 39 have become legendary in intelligence circles for their sophistication and scale. The organization is believed to produce some of the highest quality counterfeit US dollars ever created, known in law enforcement circles as super notes, due to their exceptional quality. These counterfeit bills are so well made that they can fool even experienced bank tellers and some detection equipment, representing a significant threat to the integrity of the international financial system. Beyond counterfeiting, Room 39 is allegedly involved in the production and distribution of counterfeit pharmaceuticals, including fake versions of popular medications that are sold in markets around the world. This operation not only generates significant revenue, but also poses serious health risks to unsuspecting consumers who believe they are purchasing legitimate medications. The global nature of these operations demonstrates the sophisticated logistics and distribution networks that Room 39 has developed over decades of operation. The organization's involvement in cybercrimes has become increasingly significant in recent years, as North Korea has developed sophisticated hacking capabilities. Room 39 is believed to be connected to various cybercriminal groups that have conducted high-profile attacks on banks, cryptocurrency exchanges, and other financial institutions around the world. These cybercrimes have generated hundreds of millions of dollars for the North Korean regime, while demonstrating the evolving nature of the organization's operations. What makes Room 39 particularly mysterious is the extreme secrecy surrounding its leadership and internal operations. Very few people outside of North Korea's highest leadership circles have any detailed knowledge of how the organization functions internally. Defectors who have worked for associated organizations provide only fragmentary glimpses into its operations, and even high-level North Korean officials who have defected often have limited knowledge of the organization's full scope. The international response to Room 39's activities has been hampered by the organization's sophisticated operational security and the challenge of proving connections between various criminal activities and the North Korean state. While intelligence agencies have identified many suspected Room 39 operations, building legal cases that can withstand international scrutiny has proven extremely difficult. This challenge is compounded by the organization's use of multiple layers of cutouts and intermediaries that make it nearly impossible to establish direct links to the North Korean government. Financial intelligence units around the world have worked for decades to track and disrupt Room 39's operations, with mixed success. While some front companies have been identified and sanctioned, the organization has demonstrated remarkable adaptability, quickly establishing new networks and finding alternative methods of operation when existing channels are compromised. This cat-and-mouse game between international law enforcement and Room 39 has been ongoing for decades, with neither side achieving a decisive victory. The impact of Room 39's operations extends far beyond North Korea's borders, affecting global financial systems, public health, and international security. The organization's counterfeiting operations threaten the integrity of major currencies, while its pharmaceutical counterfeiting puts innocent lives at risk. The revenue generated by these activities helps fund North Korea's nuclear weapons program and other destabilizing activities, making Room 39 a significant factor in regional and global security calculations. One of the most intriguing aspects of Room 39 involves its alleged connections to organized crime groups around the world. Intelligence reports suggest that the organization has established partnerships with various criminal organizations, ranging from Japanese Yakuza to Russian mafia groups. These partnerships provide Room 39 with established distribution networks and local expertise, while offering criminal organizations access to high-quality counterfeit products and other specialized services. The technological sophistication of Room 39's operations has impressed even veteran intelligence analysts. The organization reportedly operates state-of-the-art printing facilities capable of producing counterfeit currency that rivals the quality of genuine bills. Similarly, its pharmaceutical counterfeiting operations involve sophisticated chemical knowledge and manufacturing capabilities that suggest access to highly trained technical personnel and advanced equipment. The recruitment and training methods used by Room 39 remain largely mysterious, though defector accounts suggest that the organization identifies promising individuals early in their careers and provides them with specialized training in various aspects of international business and finance. Some operatives are reportedly sent abroad for years at a time to establish legitimate business credentials and develop the networks necessary for the organization's operations. The financial scale of Room 39's operations is difficult to estimate precisely, but intelligence assessments suggest that the organization generates several billion dollars annually for the North Korean regime. This revenue stream is particularly crucial for North Korea, given the extensive international sanctions that limit the country's access to legitimate sources of foreign currency. Without the revenue generated by Room 39, the North Korean regime would likely face much more severe economic pressures that could threaten its stability. The organization's ability to adapt to changing international conditions has been one of its most remarkable characteristics. As traditional smuggling routes have been disrupted and financial surveillance has increased, Room 39 has reportedly moved into new areas such as cryptocurrency mining and blockchain-based financial services. This adaptability suggests that the organization maintains sophisticated intelligence capabilities that allow it to identify new opportunities and threats in the rapidly evolving global financial landscape. The human cost of Room 39's operations is often overlooked in discussions of its financial and security implications. The organization's drug production and distribution activities contribute to addiction and related social problems in countries around the world. Its counterfeit pharmaceutical operations put vulnerable patients at risk, while its various smuggling activities often involve dangerous working conditions and exploitation of workers who may not fully understand the nature of their employment. Recent developments in international sanctions and financial surveillance have increased pressure on Room 39's operations, but the organization continues to adapt and evolve. The emergence of new technologies such as cryptocurrencies and digital payment systems has created new opportunities for the organization to move money and conduct transactions outside of traditional banking systems that are subject to international monitoring and sanctions. The mystery of Room 39 extends to questions about its future evolution and the potential impact of political changes within North Korea. Some analysts believe that the organization has become so entrenched and financially important that it would likely survive even significant political changes within the country. Others argue that improved relations between North Korea and the international community could lead to the organization's gradual transformation into a more conventional economic development agency. For the international community, Room 39 represents one of the most significant challenges in combating transnational organized crime and state-sponsored criminal activity. The organization's unique combination of state resources, sophisticated operational capabilities, and complete immunity from domestic law enforcement makes it unlike any other criminal organization in the world. Understanding and countering its activities requires unprecedented levels of international cooperation and innovative approaches to financial intelligence and law enforcement. The story of Room 39 serves as a fascinating case study in how authoritarian regimes adapt to international pressure and isolation. Rather than simply accepting economic constraints, North Korea created a sophisticated parallel economy capable of generating billions of dollars through both legitimate and illegitimate means. This adaptability and resourcefulness, while concerning from a security perspective, demonstrates the regime's remarkable ability to survive and even thrive under conditions that would likely cause other governments to collapse. Chapter 3. Danakil Acid Pools, Hell on Earth. In the remote reaches of Ethiopia's Danakil Depression lies one of the most hostile and alien-looking environments on our planet. Here, where three tectonic plates slowly pull apart from each other, the Earth's crust has torn open to reveal a landscape so extreme and dangerous that it resembles science fiction depictions of alien worlds more than anything we might expect to find on Earth. The Danakil acid pools represent perhaps the most chemically aggressive environment naturally occurring on our planet, a place where the very air can kill and the ground itself dissolves anything it touches. The Danakil Depression, also known as the Afar Triangle, sits at the junction of the Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, and Great Rift Valley, making it one of the most geologically active regions on Earth. This area lies more than 400 feet below sea level, making it one of the lowest points on any continent. The extreme depth, combined with the region's position near the equator and its distance from any moderating ocean influences, creates some of the harshest climate conditions imaginable. What makes the Danakil acid pools truly extraordinary is their unique combination of extreme heat, toxic gases, and corrosive chemistry. The pools themselves are formed by the interaction of volcanic activity with underground water sources that have become supersaturated with various minerals and acids. As superheated water rises through the fractured bedrock, it dissolves enormous quantities of sulfur, salt, potash, and other minerals, creating solutions so acidic that they can dissolve metal and organic matter within minutes. The visual appearance of the Danakil acid pools is both beautiful and terrifying. The pools display an array of colors that seem impossible in nature: brilliant yellows and greens from sulfur deposits, deep reds and oranges from iron oxide formations, and pristine blues and whites from various salt formations. These colors shift and change constantly as the chemical composition of the pools varies with temperature, underground pressure, and the continuous addition of new mineral-rich water from below. The temperature extremes in the Danakil region are legendary among scientists and explorers. Surface temperatures regularly exceed 125 degrees Fahrenheit, while the acid pools themselves can reach temperatures approaching the boiling point of water. The combination of extreme heat and high humidity creates conditions that are literally unbearable for humans without extensive protective equipment. Heat stroke can occur within minutes of exposure, and the human body's natural cooling mechanisms become completely ineffective in such conditions. But the extreme heat is only one of many dangers that make the Danakil acid pools absolutely inaccessible to ordinary visitors. The pools themselves are so acidic that they would cause severe chemical burns within seconds of contact with human skin. The pH levels of these pools often drop below 1, making them more acidic than battery acid or stomach acid. Any organic material that falls into these pools is quickly dissolved, leaving no trace of its former existence. The toxic gases that constantly emanate from the Danakil acid pools present perhaps the greatest immediate danger to human life. Hydrogen sulfide, sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide, and various other toxic compounds create an atmosphere that is immediately lethal to humans and most other forms of life. These gases are heavier than air, meaning they tend to collect in low-lying areas and can create invisible pockets of death that give no warning of their presence. The geological processes that created and continue to maintain the Danakil acid pools are among the most active on Earth. The region sits directly over a zone where the African continental plate is slowly splitting apart, with the Arabian Peninsula gradually separating from the main African continent. This ongoing process creates continuous volcanic activity, with new hydrothermal vents and acid pools appearing regularly, while existing ones change their characteristics or disappear entirely. The mineral formations around the Danakil acid pools are unlike anything found elsewhere on Earth. Massive salt domes rise from the desert floor like alien monuments, while intricate crystal formations create landscapes that appear to be crafted by some otherworldly intelligence. These formations are constantly changing as new mineral-rich water emerges from underground, and existing formations are dissolved and reformed by the corrosive environment. Scientific interest in the Danakil acid pools has intensified in recent years, as researchers have discovered that these extreme environments harbor unique forms of life that exist nowhere else on Earth. Extremophile bacteria and archaea have been found thriving in conditions that would instantly kill virtually all other known life forms. These organisms have developed extraordinary adaptations that allow them to not only survive, but thrive in water temperatures above 200 degrees Fahrenheit and pH levels that would dissolve most biological structures. The discovery of life in the Danakil acid pools has profound implications for our understanding of the limits of life on Earth and the possibility of life existing in extreme environments on other planets. The organisms found here survive by using chemical processes completely different from those used by more familiar forms of life, deriving energy directly from the sulfur and other chemicals that make the environment so hostile to other life forms. Research in the Danakil region presents extraordinary challenges that push the limits of human endurance and technological capability. Scientists must wear full hazmat suits and breathing apparatus while working in the area, and even then can only remain in the immediate vicinity of the acid pools for very short periods. Equipment must be specially designed to resist the corrosive effects of the acidic atmosphere and extreme temperatures. The logistics of conducting research in the Danakil Depression are staggering. All equipment and supplies must be transported across hundreds of miles of some of the harshest desert terrain on Earth. The nearest permanent settlements are days away by vehicle, and emergency medical care is virtually non-existent. Researchers must be completely self-sufficient and prepared to handle any emergency without outside assistance. The extreme conditions in the Danakil region have created unique challenges for scientific equipment and instruments. Standard electronic equipment often fails within hours due to the corrosive atmosphere and extreme temperatures. Specialized instruments must be designed and built specifically for use in these conditions, often at enormous cost and with limited lifespans even when properly protected. The Danakil acid pools also present significant challenges for remote sensing and satellite observation. The extreme heat and mineral formations in the region can interfere with various types of remote sensing equipment, while the constant changes in the landscape make it difficult to maintain accurate maps or track specific features over time. This means that direct human observation remains essential for understanding these environments, despite the extreme dangers involved. The region's remoteness and harsh conditions have made it a natural laboratory for testing equipment and procedures that might one day be used for exploring similarly extreme environments on other planets. NASA and other space agencies have conducted training exercises in the Danakil region, using it as an analog for possible conditions that might be encountered on Mars or other planets, where extreme temperatures and toxic atmospheres could present similar challenges. The economic potential of the Danakil region has also attracted attention, despite the extreme difficulties of working there. The massive salt and potash deposits in the area represent some of the largest and purest mineral resources of their kind in the world. However, the extreme conditions make extraction operations extraordinarily dangerous and expensive, requiring specialized equipment and procedures that push the limits of current technology. Local populations have traditionally avoided the Danakil acid pools, with various cultural and religious taboos warning against approaching these areas. Indigenous knowledge systems have long recognized the deadly nature of these environments, with oral traditions passing down warnings about the lands where the earth burns and waters that consume everything they touch. These traditional warnings have proven remarkably accurate from a scientific perspective. The impact of climate change on the Danakil acid pools remains an area of active research and concern. Some scientists worry that changing precipitation patterns and rising global temperatures could alter the delicate balance of geological and chemical processes that maintain these unique environments. Such changes could potentially affect the extremophile organisms that have evolved to live in these conditions, possibly leading to the loss of unique biological resources before they can be fully studied and understood. The military and security implications of research in the Danakil region have also drawn attention from various governments and international organizations. The extreme conditions in the area could potentially be used as natural barriers or defensive positions, while the unique chemical and biological resources found there might have applications in various military or industrial contexts. This has led to increased security concerns and restrictions on access to certain areas of the region. The Danakil acid pools serve as a powerful reminder of the incredible diversity and extremes found in Earth's natural environments. They challenge our assumptions about what conditions can support life and push the boundaries of human technological capability and endurance. For the vast majority of people, these remarkable environments will remain forever inaccessible, existing only in scientific reports, carefully captured photographs, and the accounts of the brave researchers who risked their lives to study them. The ongoing geological activity in the Danakil region means that new acid pools and hydrothermal features are constantly appearing while existing ones change or disappear. This dynamic nature makes the region particularly challenging to study and understand, as conditions that exist today may be completely different within a matter of months or years. Long-term monitoring of these changes requires sustained research efforts that must overcome not only the immediate dangers of the environment, but also the logistical challenges of maintaining a research presence in one of the most remote and hostile regions on Earth. Chapter 4: Snake Island, the Kingdom of Venomous Serpents. Off the coast of Brazil, approximately 90 miles from the bustling city of São Paulo, lies one of the most dangerous islands on Earth. Ilha da Queimada Grande, known to the world as Snake Island, harbors a secret so deadly that the Brazilian government has banned all civilian access and maintains strict military control over its waters. This small, 110-acre piece of land has become home to one of the most concentrated populations of venomous snakes anywhere on the planet, creating a natural fortress where death lurks behind every rock and beneath every fallen branch. The story of how Snake Island became such a deadly paradise begins thousands of years ago when rising sea levels separated this small piece of land from the Brazilian mainland. As the waters rose and the island became isolated, the snake population that had once roamed freely across a much larger territory became trapped in an increasingly confined space. Over millennia, these snakes evolved and adapted to their island prison, developing characteristics that made them even more dangerous than their mainland cousins. The undisputed rulers of Snake Island are the golden lancehead vipers, known scientifically as Bothrops insularis. These serpents exist nowhere else on Earth, having evolved in complete isolation on this single island for thousands of years. The golden lancehead is widely considered one of the most venomous snakes in the world, with venom so potent that it can kill a human within an hour of being bitten. What makes these snakes particularly terrifying is that their venom has evolved to be even more deadly than that of their mainland relatives, an adaptation that occurred as the snake's primary prey shifted from ground-dwelling mammals to birds. Population estimates suggest that Snake Island hosts between 2,000 and 4,000 golden lancehead vipers, creating a density of approximately one snake for every square meter of land. This means that it is virtually impossible to walk anywhere on the island without encountering multiple venomous snakes within a few steps. The concentration is so intense that some areas of the island have been observed to have up to 5 snakes per square meter, creating a writhing carpet of death that makes any human presence extremely hazardous. The evolution of the golden lancehead viper on Snake Island represents a fascinating case study in how isolation can drive rapid evolutionary change. Cut off from the mainland and forced to adapt to a dramatically different environment, these snakes developed several unique characteristics that distinguish them from their mainland relatives. Their venom became significantly more potent, capable of quickly killing birds in flight to prevent them from flying away after being bitten. This enhanced lethality makes them extraordinarily dangerous to any mammal, including humans, that might encounter them. The physical characteristics of the golden lancehead viper reflect their unique evolutionary path. These snakes typically grow to lengths of 18 to 28 inches, with females generally being larger than males. Their coloration ranges from pale yellow to gold, providing excellent camouflage among the island's vegetation and rocky outcrops. Their triangular heads and heat-sensing pits mark them as members of the viper family, while their aggressive temperament and quick-striking ability make them formidable predators. The island's ecosystem has been shaped entirely by the presence of these deadly serpents. With no natural predators and an abundant food supply in the form of migrating birds, the golden lancehead population has thrived in ways that would be impossible on the mainland. The snakes have adapted to an almost entirely arboreal lifestyle, spending most of their time in the island's trees, where they wait to ambush unsuspecting birds that come to rest during their migrations. The Brazilian government's decision to ban civilian access to Snake Island was made not only to protect human life, but also to preserve this unique ecosystem. The golden lancehead viper is classified as critically endangered despite its fearsome reputation. The species' entire global population exists only on this single island, making it extremely vulnerable to any disruption of its habitat. Even a small change in the island's ecosystem could potentially drive these unique serpents to extinction. The legends and myths surrounding Snake Island have grown over the centuries, fueled by occasional encounters between humans and the island's deadly inhabitants. Local folklore tells of lighthouse keepers who were stationed on the island in the early 20th century, only to be found dead after being repeatedly bitten by golden lanceheads. While some of these stories have been embellished over time, historical records confirm that the lighthouse that once operated on the island was indeed abandoned after keepers died from snake bites. One of the most persistent legends surrounding Snake Island involves tales of pirate treasure hidden somewhere on the island. According to local stories, pirates once used the island as a hiding place for stolen gold and precious gems, believing that the deadly snake population would protect their treasure better than any human guard. These legends have attracted numerous treasure hunters over the years, though the Brazilian government's strict access controls and the very real danger posed by the snakes have prevented most would-be explorers from attempting to land on the island. The few scientific expeditions that have been permitted on Snake Island have provided fascinating insights into the unique ecosystem that has developed there. Researchers have discovered that the golden lanceheads have developed hunting strategies specifically adapted to their island environment. Unlike their mainland cousins that primarily hunt ground-dwelling prey, the island snakes have become expert bird hunters, timing their strikes to coincide with migration patterns and using their enhanced venom to ensure quick kills. The research conducted on Snake Island has also revealed the complex social dynamics that have developed among the golden lancehead population. Despite being generally solitary creatures, these snakes have developed unique behaviors related to territory sharing and resource allocation that help maximize the population that the small island can support. These adaptations represent remarkable examples of how species can evolve complex social structures when environmental pressures demand it. The venom of the golden lancehead viper has attracted significant interest from medical researchers and pharmaceutical companies. The unique properties of this venom, which has evolved to be more potent than that of any other related species, could potentially lead to the development of new medications for treating various conditions. However, research is severely limited by the difficulty and danger of collecting venom samples from the island. The Brazilian Navy maintains regular patrols around Snake Island to enforce the access restrictions and monitor for unauthorized attempts to land. These patrols serve multiple purposes: protecting human life by preventing unauthorized access, preserving the unique ecosystem and endangered snake population, and maintaining Brazil's territorial sovereignty over the island. The waters around the island are considered a no-go zone for civilian vessels, with severe penalties for anyone caught attempting to land without proper authorization. The challenges of conducting any kind of research or maintenance activities on Snake Island are extraordinary. The few scientists who have been granted access must wear heavy protective clothing and carry anti-venom, though the effectiveness of standard antivenoms against golden lancehead venom remains questionable. Every step must be carefully planned and executed, with researchers often unable to spend more than a few hours on the island due to the constant danger. The impact of climate change on Snake Island represents a growing concern for conservationists and researchers. Rising sea levels could potentially reduce the island's land area, concentrating the snake population into an even smaller space and potentially disrupting the delicate balance that has allowed the ecosystem to function for thousands of years. Changes in migration patterns of the birds that serve as the snake's primary food source could also have devastating effects on the population. The island's lighthouse, which was automated in the 1920s after the death of the last lighthouse keeper, continues to operate as a navigational aid for ships passing through the area. The lighthouse serves as a haunting reminder of the human cost of attempting to establish a permanent presence on the island. Maintenance of the lighthouse requires carefully planned helicopter missions, as landing on the island remains extremely dangerous even for trained professionals with protective equipment. Recent advances in remote sensing and drone technology have allowed researchers to study Snake Island's ecosystem without risking human lives. High-resolution cameras and thermal imaging equipment mounted on drones can provide detailed information about snake behavior, population dynamics, and habitat conditions without requiring human presence on the island. These technological advances are opening new possibilities for research while maintaining the safety restrictions that protect both human life and the endangered snake population. The golden lancehead viper's unique evolutionary path has made it a subject of intense interest for evolutionary biologists studying how species adapt to isolated environments. The rapid changes that occurred in this species over a relatively short evolutionary time frame provide valuable insights into the mechanisms of evolution and adaptation that could have implications for understanding how species might respond to environmental changes in other contexts. The economic impact of Snake Island extends beyond its research value to its role in Brazil's tourism and conservation programs. While direct access to the island remains prohibited, the mystique and danger associated with Snake Island have made it a significant attraction for adventure tourism companies that offer boat tours around the island's perimeter. These tours provide economic benefits to local communities while maintaining the safety restrictions that protect both visitors and the island's unique ecosystem. The psychological impact of Snake Island on researchers and military personnel who must work in its vicinity cannot be understated. The knowledge that every square meter of land harbors multiple deadly snakes creates a level of stress and vigilance that few other environments can match. Even experienced herpetologists who have worked with venomous snakes for decades report feeling overwhelming anxiety when stepping foot on the island. The future of Snake Island remains uncertain, balanced between the need for scientific research and conservation efforts and the imperative to protect human life. As technology advances, new methods of studying the island's unique ecosystem may emerge that allow for greater scientific understanding without requiring direct human contact with the deadly inhabitants. However, the fundamental challenge remains the same: how to study and protect one of the world's most dangerous yet scientifically valuable ecosystems while ensuring that no human lives are lost in the process. Snake Island stands as a testament to the power of evolution and the incredible adaptability of life on Earth. In the space of just a few thousand years, environmental pressures transformed a population of already dangerous snakes into creatures so deadly that they have essentially created their own impregnable fortress. For the vast majority of humanity, this remarkable place will remain forever off-limits, existing only in scientific literature and the fearful respect of those who understand the true danger that lurks on its shores. Chapter 5: Mount Michael Lava Lake, a window into Earth's molten heart. In the remote and inhospitable waters of the South Atlantic Ocean, where the Antarctic winds howl across endless expanses of ice and sea, lies one of the most extraordinary and inaccessible geological phenomena on our planet. Mount Michael, located on Saunders Island in the South Sandwich Islands chain, hosts one of only a handful of persistent lava lakes found anywhere on Earth. This remarkable volcanic feature represents a direct window into the molten heart of our planet, yet its extreme remoteness and the hostile conditions surrounding it make it one of the most inaccessible natural wonders in the world. The South Sandwich Islands themselves represent one of the most isolated and inhospitable archipelagos on Earth. Located approximately 1,700 miles southeast of the Falkland Islands and 1,200 miles from the nearest point of Antarctica, these volcanic islands exist in a realm of perpetual storms, crushing cold and violent seas. The entire island chain is uninhabited and has never supported any permanent human settlement, creating a pristine but utterly forbidding environment where nature reigns supreme in its most violent forms. Mount Michael rises 2,972 feet above sea level, dominating the small landscape of Saunders Island like a smoking sentinel in the Antarctic wilderness. What makes this mountain truly extraordinary is not just its height or its remote location, but the fact that it contains one of the few permanent lava lakes on Earth. A lava lake represents one of the most dynamic and dangerous geological phenomena imaginable, a persistent body of molten rock that maintains temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit and provides a direct glimpse into the incredible forces that shape our planet from within. The existence of Mount Michael's lava lake was confirmed relatively recently in geological terms, with the first definitive observations made through satellite imagery in the early 2000s. Prior to this technological breakthrough, The extreme remoteness of the location meant that direct human observation was virtually impossible. Even today, despite advances in satellite technology and remote sensing equipment, detailed study of the lava lake remains extraordinarily challenging due to the hostile conditions that surround it. The geological processes that created and maintain Mount Michael's lava lake are directly related to the island's position along one of the most active volcanic arcs in the world. The South Sandwich Islands sit above a subduction zone where the South American tectonic plate is being forced beneath the smaller South Sandwich plate. This ongoing collision creates the intense geological activity that feeds the mountain's volcanic system and maintains the molten rock reservoir that forms the lava lake. What makes Mount Michael's lava lake particularly fascinating from a scientific perspective is its remarkable persistence. While many volcanoes around the world occasionally develop temporary lava lakes during active eruptions, only a handful maintain persistent lakes that continue to exist for extended periods. Mount Michael joins an exclusive club that includes similar features at Kilauea in Hawaii, Erta Ale in Ethiopia, and a few other locations around the world. Each of these lava lakes provides unique insights into volcanic processes and the behavior of molten rock under different conditions. The temperature and chemical composition of Mount Michael's lava lake create conditions that are literally otherworldly in their extremes. The molten rock maintains temperatures that would instantly vaporize any organic material and melt most metals within seconds. The gases released from the lake include sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide, and various other compounds that create a toxic atmosphere capable of killing any living creature that might somehow reach the summit. The combination of extreme heat, toxic gases, and the constant threat of explosive activity makes direct human observation not just dangerous but essentially impossible with current technology. The weather conditions surrounding Mount Michael add another layer of danger and inaccessibility to an already hostile environment. The South Sandwich Islands exist in one of the stormiest regions of the world's oceans, where hurricane-force winds are common and calm weather is extremely rare. Temperatures rarely rise above freezing, even during the brief Antarctic summer, and sudden storms can arise with little warning, creating conditions that would quickly prove fatal to any unprepared expedition. Reaching Mount Michael requires crossing some of the most dangerous waters on Earth, where massive swells, sudden storms, and ice-cold temperatures create conditions that challenge even the most experienced polar explorers. The nearest safe harbor is hundreds of miles away, and any expedition to the island would require specialized ice-class vessels capable of handling the extreme conditions. Even then, landing on Saunders Island would require near-perfect weather conditions that occur only rarely in this region. The scientific value of Mount Michael's lava lake extends far beyond its rarity and inaccessibility. Persistent lava lakes provide researchers with unique opportunities to study volcanic processes in real time, offering insights into how magma behaves under different conditions and how volcanic systems evolve over time. The gases released from lava lakes can provide information about the deep earth processes that drive volcanic activity, while the thermal signatures of these features can be monitored using satellite technology to track changes in volcanic activity. Satellite monitoring of Mount Michael has revealed fascinating details about the behavior of its lava lake and the broader volcanic system that feeds it. Thermal imaging shows that the temperature and size of the lava lake fluctuate over time, suggesting that the underlying magma supply varies in response to deep geological processes. These fluctuations can provide early warning signs of increased volcanic activity and help scientists understand how volcanic systems respond to changes in their magma supply. The remote location of Mount Michael has actually proven advantageous for certain types of scientific research, as the complete absence of human activity in the region means that researchers can study natural volcanic processes without any interference from human-induced changes to the environment. This pristine setting allows for pure observation of geological processes that might be influenced by human activity in more accessible locations. The challenges of studying Mount Michael extend beyond the obvious dangers of extreme weather and volcanic activity to include basic logistical problems that would be daunting even in more accessible locations. Any scientific equipment deployed in the region must be capable of operating in temperatures well below freezing, while simultaneously being able to withstand the extreme heat and corrosive gases released by the volcanic activity. The combination of these requirements has pushed the development of specialized instruments designed specifically for monitoring volcanic activity in extreme environments. Recent advances in drone technology have opened new possibilities for studying Mount Michael's lava lake without requiring direct human presence on the island. Specially designed drones equipped with thermal imaging cameras, gas sensors, and other scientific instruments can potentially provide detailed information about the lava lake while operators remain at a safe distance. However, even drone operations in this region face significant challenges from the extreme weather conditions and the corrosive volcanic gases that can damage sensitive electronic equipment. The broader volcanic system of which Mount Michael is a part includes several other active volcanoes throughout the South Sandwich Islands chain. This concentration of volcanic activity in such a remote location provides researchers with a natural laboratory for studying how volcanic systems interact with each other and how they respond to regional geological processes. The isolation of these volcanoes means that they have evolved without any human influence, providing insights into purely natural volcanic processes. The impact of climate change on Mount Michael and its lava lake represents an emerging area of scientific interest. Changes in regional climate patterns could potentially affect the volcanic system through various mechanisms, including changes in the thermal properties of the surrounding environment and alterations to the patterns of atmospheric circulation that influence how volcanic gases are dispersed. Understanding these potential impacts requires long-term monitoring of the volcanic system and its interaction with the surrounding environment. The role of Mount Michael in global climate systems, while seemingly minimal due to its remote location, actually extends much further than might be expected. Volcanic activity releases various gases and particles into the atmosphere that can influence regional and even global climate patterns. The gases released from the lava lake contribute to the global atmospheric chemistry, while any major eruptions could potentially have broader climatic impacts. The unique position of Mount Michael in one of the most pristine and undisturbed environments on Earth makes it valuable for understanding how volcanic systems function without any human influence. Most volcanoes that have been studied extensively are located in populated areas where human activity has modified the local environment in various ways. Mount Michael provides a rare opportunity to study a volcanic system in its completely natural state. The technological challenges of monitoring Mount Michael have driven innovations in remote sensing and satellite technology that have applications far beyond volcanic research. The need to monitor extreme environments from great distances has led to advances in thermal imaging, gas detection, and automated monitoring systems that have proven valuable for studying other dangerous or inaccessible locations around the world. The economic costs of studying Mount Michael are extraordinary, requiring specialized equipment, vessels, and personnel capable of operating in some of the most hostile conditions on Earth. The expense and logistical complexity of mounting any expedition to the region means that research opportunities are extremely limited, making every piece of data collected from the area particularly valuable to the scientific community. The strategic importance of the South Sandwich Islands, including Mount Michael, has occasionally drawn attention from various nations interested in Antarctic research and territorial claims. However, the extreme conditions and complete lack of any natural resources or strategic value have meant that these islands remain essentially unclaimed and uninhabited, existing as one of the few places on Earth that belongs entirely to nature. The future of research at Mount Michael will likely depend heavily on continued advances in remote sensing technology and automated monitoring systems. As these technologies improve, it may become possible to establish permanent monitoring stations that can operate autonomously in the extreme conditions, providing continuous data about the lava lake and its behavior without requiring direct human presence. Mount Michael's lava lake stands as one of nature's most spectacular and inaccessible displays of raw geological power. For the vast majority of humanity, this remarkable feature will remain forever beyond reach, existing only in satellite images and scientific reports. Yet its very inaccessibility makes it all the more valuable as a window into the fundamental processes that shape our planet, providing insights into the molten forces that continue to create and reshape the Earth beneath our feet. Chapter 6: Poveglia Island, the Island of the Damned. In the serene waters of the Venetian Lagoon, just a short boat ride from one of the world's most romantic cities, lies an island that harbors one of the darkest and most disturbing histories imaginable. Poveglia Island, A small 17-acre piece of land that appears peaceful and abandoned from a distance holds within its soil the remains of over 160,000 human beings and carries a legacy of suffering that has made it one of the most haunted and forbidden places on Earth. The contrast between the beauty of its surroundings and the horror of its past creates a chilling reminder of humanity's capacity for both creation and destruction. The history of Poveglia Island begins innocuously enough in the 9th century, when it served as a refuge for people fleeing barbarian invasions of the mainland. For several centuries, the island supported a small but thriving community that lived peacefully in the shadow of the growing power of Venice. However, this peaceful existence came to an abrupt and horrifying end in 1348, when the Black Death swept across Europe, transforming Poveglia from a place of refuge into a massive graveyard that would define its character for centuries to come. As the plague ravaged Venice and the surrounding regions, city authorities faced an unprecedented crisis. The death toll was so massive and the fear of contagion so great that traditional burial practices became impossible. Bodies were piling up in the streets faster than they could be buried, and desperate measures were needed to prevent the complete collapse of civilization. It was then that Poveglia Island was designated as a plague quarantine station, beginning its transformation into what many consider to be one of the most cursed places on Earth. The quarantine operations on Poveglia were brutal in their efficiency and horrifying in their scope. Ships arriving in Venice with any signs of plague were immediately diverted to the island, where passengers and crew were forcibly detained, regardless of whether they showed symptoms of the disease. The island became a place of no return, where the sick were brought to die and the healthy were brought to become sick. Families were torn apart as loved ones disappeared onto boats headed for Poveglia, never to be seen again. The conditions on Poveglia during the plague years were indescribably horrific. Thousands of people were crammed into makeshift shelters with no medical care and inadequate food or water. The healthy were mixed with the dying, ensuring that the plague spread rapidly through the entire population. Bodies were disposed of in massive pits, often with the dying thrown in alongside the dead. Estimates suggest that over 160,000 people died on Poveglia during its years as a plague station, their bodies burned in massive pyres that could be seen from Venice itself. The soil of Poveglia Island is estimated to be composed of over 50% human ash, a grisly fact that has been confirmed by agricultural tests conducted over the years. Fishermen in the area regularly pull up human bones in their nets, while any attempt to dig on the island uncovers layer upon layer of human remains. The very ground itself has become a massive ossuary, making the island uninhabitable not just for psychological reasons, but for very real health and safety concerns. After the plague subsided, Poveglia Island remained largely abandoned for several centuries, developing a reputation for being haunted and cursed. Local fishermen and sailors reported strange phenomena around the island, including unexplained lights, ghostly apparitions, and voices calling out from the empty buildings. The Catholic Church conducted several exorcisms on the island during this period, though these efforts apparently did little to quiet the supernatural activity that residents of the region continued to report. The island's dark history took another horrific turn in 1922 when it was converted into a mental hospital. The choice of Poveglia for this purpose seems to have been influenced by its isolation and the fact that it was already considered a place where society sent those it wished to forget. The mental hospital operated for several decades, during which time it became the site of numerous alleged atrocities that added new layers to the island's already dark reputation. The doctor who ran the mental hospital on Poveglia, according to local accounts and survivor testimonies, conducted horrific experiments on the patients under his care. These alleged experiments included lobotomies performed without anesthesia, surgical procedures conducted for research rather than treatment, and various forms of psychological torture designed to test the limits of human endurance. The doctor supposedly believed that the spirits of plague victims that haunted the island were communicating with the mental patients, driving him to increasingly desperate attempts to silence these voices through brutal medical procedures. The mental hospital's tower, which still stands on the island today, allegedly served as the location for many of the worst atrocities. Patients who proved difficult to control were reportedly taken to the tower and subjected to treatments so brutal that many did not survive. The doctor himself allegedly met his end by throwing himself from this same tower, driven to madness by the very spirits he had tried to silence. His body was supposedly found days later, and witnesses claimed that a fine black powder rained down from the sky as his remains were discovered, which locals interpreted as the ashes of his victims claiming their revenge. The mental hospital finally closed in 1968, leaving Poveglia Island completely abandoned once again. Since then, the Italian government has maintained strict control over access to the island, officially citing safety concerns related to the unstable buildings and contaminated soil. However, many believe that the real reason for the access restrictions relates to the island's reputation for paranormal activity and the government's desire to avoid the negative publicity that would result from officially acknowledging such claims. The few investigators and researchers who have been granted permission to visit Poveglia Island have reported experiences that seem to confirm its reputation as one of the most haunted places on Earth. Electronic equipment mysteriously malfunctions, temperatures drop suddenly in specific locations, and researchers have reported hearing voices, screams, and other sounds that have no apparent source. Photographs taken on the island often show unexplained anomalies, including what appear to be human figures in areas where no one was present when the photos were taken. Archaeological investigations conducted on Poveglia have confirmed many of the historical accounts of the island's use as a plague quarantine station and later as a mental hospital. Excavations have uncovered massive burial pits containing thousands of human skeletons, often jumbled together in ways that suggest hurried mass burials. Medical equipment from the mental hospital period has also been found, including surgical instruments and restraining devices that provide physical evidence of the treatments that were administered to patients. The soil contamination on Poveglia Island goes beyond the presence of human remains to include various chemical pollutants left over from the cremation of plague victims and the operations of the mental hospital. Heavy metals, organic compounds, and other toxic substances have leached into the ground over the centuries, creating environmental hazards that make the island unsuitable for any kind of development or habitation. The contamination is so extensive that any attempt to clean up the island would require removing most of the topsoil, essentially destroying the archaeological evidence of its dark history. The Italian government has occasionally considered various proposals for developing Poveglia Island, including plans to convert it into a luxury resort or private retreat. However, these plans have consistently been abandoned due to a combination of factors including the environmental contamination, the historical significance of the site, and the strong public opposition from both local residents and international observers who believe the island should remain untouched as a memorial to those who suffered there. The legend and mythology surrounding Poveglia Island have grown considerably in recent years, fueled by numerous television shows, documentaries, and books that have explored its dark history. While some of these accounts have embellished or sensationalized certain aspects of the island's story, the core historical facts remain undeniably horrific. The island has become a focal point for paranormal investigators and horror enthusiasts, though the strict access controls mean that most such interests must remain theoretical rather than practical. The psychological impact of Poveglia Island extends far beyond its physical boundaries to affect the surrounding communities and even visitors to Venice who become aware of its proximity. Many tourists are shocked to learn that such a place of horror exists just a short distance from one of the world's most celebrated cities. Local residents have reported that even knowing about the island's history can affect their enjoyment of the beautiful Venetian lagoon, creating a constant reminder of the darkness that can lurk beneath even the most beautiful surfaces. The preservation of Poveglia Island as an untouched historical site has become a subject of significant debate among historians, archaeologists, and government officials. Some argue that the island should be properly excavated and studied to better understand the historical events that took place there and to provide a proper memorial for the victims. Others contend that the island should be left completely undisturbed, both out of respect for the dead and because of the potential for uncovering even more disturbing evidence of past atrocities. The medical and scientific value of studying Poveglia Island lies not just in its historical significance, but in what it can teach us about the spread of infectious diseases and the treatment of mental illness throughout history. The island represents a unique archaeological site where researchers can study the evolution of medical practices and social attitudes toward disease and mental health. However, the emotional and psychological challenges of conducting such research in a place with such a dark history cannot be underestimated. The impact of modern technology on the study of Poveglia Island has been limited by the access restrictions, but ground-penetrating radar and other non-invasive techniques have provided some insights into the layout of the burial sites and the structural remains of the various buildings that once stood on the island. These technologies offer the possibility of learning more about the island's history without disturbing the human remains that lie beneath its surface. The legal status of Poveglia Island remains complex, with various government agencies maintaining jurisdiction over different aspects of the site. Environmental protection laws, historical preservation regulations, and public health concerns all factor into decisions about access and potential development. The result is a bureaucratic maze that effectively ensures that the island remains off-limits to all but the most essential research activities. The future of Poveglia Island seems likely to remain unchanged for the foreseeable future, with the Italian government showing little inclination to relax the access restrictions or to authorize any major development projects. The island exists in a state of suspended animation, neither fully preserved as a historical monument nor completely abandoned to decay. This liminal status seems somehow appropriate for a place that has always existed on the margins of society, serving as a repository for those whom civilization wished to forget. Poveglia Island stands as one of the most powerful examples of how human suffering can imprint itself upon a place, creating an atmosphere of dread and sorrow that persists long after the original events have passed into history. For most people, this island will remain forever inaccessible, existing only in accounts of its dark past and in the imaginations of those who contemplate the horrors that human beings are capable of inflicting upon one another. Yet perhaps this inaccessibility is fitting, allowing the island to serve as an undisturbed memorial to the thousands who suffered and died there, their final resting place protected from the curious and the callous by the very darkness of its history. Chapter 7. Javari Valley, the land of uncontacted tribes. Deep within the Amazon rainforest, where the borders of Brazil and Peru converge in an endless expanse of green canopy and winding rivers, lies one of the last frontiers of human civilization. The Javari Valley Indigenous Territory represents the largest concentration of uncontacted indigenous peoples anywhere on Earth, a vast wilderness where dozens of tribes continue to live exactly as their ancestors did thousands of years ago, completely isolated from the modern world. This 32,000 square mile region, roughly the size of Austria, has become one of the most strictly protected and inaccessible areas on our planet, not because of natural dangers or government secrets, but out of respect for people who have chosen to remain separate from global civilization. The Javari Valley's significance extends far beyond its impressive size to encompass its role as humanity's last great sanctuary of cultural diversity. Within its boundaries live an estimated 16 different indigenous groups, more than half of which have never had any contact with the outside world. These uncontacted tribes represent living links to humanity's ancient past, maintaining ways of life, languages, and cultural practices that have remained unchanged for millennia. Their continued existence in complete isolation makes the Javari Valley one of the most anthropologically significant regions on Earth, and simultaneously one of the most dangerous places for outsiders to venture. The Brazilian government's decision to establish the Javari Valley as a protected indigenous territory was driven by a complex understanding of both the incredible value of these uncontacted cultures and the devastating impact that contact with the outside world has historically had on isolated indigenous populations. The policy of protection rather than contact represents a fundamental shift in how governments approach indigenous peoples, recognizing that these communities have the right to remain isolated if they choose, and that their survival may depend on maintaining that isolation. The geography of the Javari Valley creates natural barriers that have helped maintain the isolation of its indigenous inhabitants for centuries. The region is characterized by dense rainforest, winding rivers, and terrain that is nearly impossible to navigate without intimate local knowledge. The forest canopy is so thick that satellite imagery can barely penetrate to ground level, creating a natural camouflage that helps protect the tribes from detection. Rivers serve as highways through the forest, but they also present dangers in the form of rapids, seasonal flooding, and wildlife that can pose threats to inexperienced travelers. The indigenous peoples of the Javari Valley have developed sophisticated societies that are perfectly adapted to their rainforest environment. These communities practice sustainable hunting, fishing, and agriculture that has allowed them to thrive for thousands of years without depleting the natural resources around them. Their intimate knowledge of the forest ecosystem includes detailed understanding of plant medicines, seasonal patterns, and animal behavior that represents one of humanity's most comprehensive bodies of traditional ecological knowledge. The linguistic diversity within the Javari Valley is staggering, with researchers estimating that the various tribes speak languages from several different language families. Some of these languages are spoken by only a few hundred people and exist nowhere else on Earth, making them invaluable repositories of human linguistic heritage. The loss of any of these languages would represent an irreplaceable reduction in the diversity of human thought and expression, as each language embodies unique ways of understanding and describing the world. The Brazilian National Indigenous Peoples Foundation, known as FUNAI, maintains strict control over access to the Javari Valley through a combination of legal restrictions, physical barriers, and continuous monitoring. FUNAI posts are established around the perimeter of the territory, staffed by agents who monitor for any unauthorized intrusions and work to prevent contact between outsiders and the uncontacted tribes. This protection system requires constant vigilance as the territory faces ongoing threats from illegal loggers, miners, drug traffickers, and evangelical missionaries who seek to make contact with the tribes. The challenges of protecting the Javari Valley are immense, given its vast size and remote location. The territory is larger than many countries, yet it must be monitored and protected by a relatively small number of FUNAI agents who often work in dangerous conditions with limited resources. These agents face threats not only from the harsh environment and wildlife, but also from armed groups involved in illegal activities who view the protected territory as an obstacle to their operations. Aerial surveillance of the Javari Valley has provided fascinating glimpses into the lives of its uncontacted inhabitants, while maintaining the distance necessary to avoid unwanted contact. Helicopter and drone flights conducted by FUNAI have documented numerous villages, agricultural clearings, and other signs of human activity that demonstrate the continued vitality of these indigenous communities. These surveillance efforts serve multiple purposes, confirming that the tribes remain healthy and active, monitoring for outside threats, and gathering information that can help improve protection strategies. The evidence of uncontacted tribes within the Javari Valley is abundant and compelling. Aerial photographs show traditional communal houses known as malokas that can house entire extended families or even multiple families. These structures are built using traditional techniques and materials that have been refined over countless generations, demonstrating remarkable architectural knowledge adapted to the rainforest environment. Agricultural clearings show evidence of sophisticated crop rotation and land management practices that maintain soil fertility while providing for the nutritional needs of the communities. The weapons and tools used by the Javari Valley tribes represent some of the most advanced Stone Age technology ever developed. These communities have perfected the creation of bows, arrows, spears, and other implements using only materials available in the rainforest. Their arrows are often tipped with curare, a powerful plant-based poison that can quickly incapacitate large animals. The sophistication of these tools and the knowledge required to create and use them effectively represents thousands of years of technological development within the constraints of available materials. The social structures within uncontacted tribes are believed to be highly complex, involving intricate kinship systems, traditional leadership roles, and cultural practices that govern everything from marriage customs to resource allocation. While direct observation of these social systems is impossible without making contact, anthropologists have been able to infer much about tribal organization based on studies of similar groups and the physical evidence visible in aerial surveillance. The spiritual and religious practices of the Javari Valley tribes are thought to be deeply connected to the rainforest environment, involving complex relationships with the natural world that influence every aspect of daily life. These belief systems likely include detailed mythologies that explain the creation of the world, the relationships between humans and animals, and the proper ways to interact with the forest ecosystem. The loss of these spiritual traditions would represent an irreplaceable reduction in human religious and philosophical diversity. The threats facing the Javari Valley and its indigenous inhabitants are numerous and constantly evolving. Illegal logging operations seek to exploit the valuable timber resources within the territory, often using violence and intimidation against anyone who tries to stop them. Gold miners and other extractive industries view the protected territory as a source of untapped wealth, while drug traffickers use remote areas of the rainforest as transit routes for smuggling operations. Perhaps most controversially, some evangelical missionary groups continue to attempt contact with uncontacted tribes, believing they have a religious obligation to convert these peoples to Christianity, regardless of the potential consequences. The medical risks associated with contact between uncontacted tribes and the outside world cannot be overstated. These populations have no immunity to common diseases that are widespread in the modern world, meaning that even minor illnesses like the common cold or flu can prove fatal to entire communities. Historical examples of contact between isolated indigenous peoples and outsiders show mortality rates of 50% or higher in the first years following contact, as communities are devastated by epidemic diseases for which they have no natural defenses. The economic pressures on the Javari Valley are intense, as the territory contains valuable natural resources that could generate significant wealth if exploited. Illegal activities within the territory are estimated to generate millions of dollars annually for criminal organizations, creating powerful incentives for continued intrusions despite the legal protections. The Brazilian government faces the challenging task of balancing conservation and indigenous rights against economic pressures and the practical difficulties of enforcing protection across such a vast and remote area. Climate change poses an emerging threat to the Javari Valley and its inhabitants, as changing precipitation patterns and rising temperatures could alter the rainforest ecosystem in ways that disrupt traditional ways of life. Severe droughts or flooding could force tribes to relocate or modify their traditional practices, while changes in plant and animal populations could affect food security and traditional medicine practices. The isolated nature of these communities makes them particularly vulnerable to environmental changes, as they cannot easily adapt by incorporating outside resources or technologies. The international legal framework protecting the Javari Valley and similar indigenous territories is complex and sometimes contradictory. While international law recognizes the rights of indigenous peoples to maintain their traditional ways of life, enforcement mechanisms are often weak and subject to political pressures. The Brazilian government's commitment to protecting uncontacted tribes has varied over time, depending on political leadership, creating uncertainty about the long-term security of these protections. The role of technology in protecting the Javari Valley has become increasingly important as new tools become available for monitoring and surveillance. Satellite imagery, drone surveillance, and GPS tracking systems allow protection agencies to monitor the territory more effectively than ever before, while also maintaining the distance necessary to avoid unwanted contact. However, the same technologies that help protect the tribes can also be used by those who wish to exploit the territory's resources, creating an ongoing technological arms race between protectors and exploiters. The scientific value of the Javari Valley extends beyond anthropology to include biology, ecology, and medicine. The rainforest ecosystem within the territory is largely pristine, providing researchers with opportunities to study natural processes without human interference. The traditional knowledge of medicinal plants possessed by indigenous communities represents a vast pharmacological resource that could lead to the development of new medicines, though accessing this knowledge while respecting indigenous rights presents significant ethical challenges. The psychological and emotional impact of working to protect the Javari Valley affects everyone involved in these efforts. FUNAI agents often work in isolation for months at a time, knowing that their vigilance is all that stands between vulnerable indigenous communities and potentially devastating contact with the outside world. The weight of this responsibility, combined with the constant threats and dangerous working conditions, takes a significant toll on those dedicated to protecting these communities. Recent years have seen increased international attention focused on the Javari Valley as awareness grows about the importance of protecting uncontacted peoples and the threats they face. International human rights organizations, environmental groups, and indigenous rights advocates have all highlighted the situation in the Javari Valley as a test case for humanity's commitment to cultural diversity and indigenous rights. However, this increased attention has also brought new challenges, as media coverage and public interest can sometimes inadvertently increase pressure for contact or exploitation. The future of the Javari Valley and its uncontacted tribes remains uncertain, dependent on the continued commitment of the Brazilian government to protection policies and the international community's support for these efforts. Political changes in Brazil could potentially alter protection policies, while increasing economic pressures and technological capabilities of those seeking to exploit the territory's resources create ongoing challenges for protection efforts. The ethical questions surrounding the Javari Valley are profound and complex. While most experts agree that uncontacted tribes have the right to remain isolated if they choose, questions remain about whether outsiders have obligations to provide medical assistance during health crises, or to intervene if conflicts arise between different tribal groups. These dilemmas highlight fundamental questions about cultural relativism, human rights, and the responsibilities of modern society toward those who choose to remain outside it. The Javari Valley represents one of humanity's last opportunities to preserve intact indigenous cultures that have remained unchanged for millennia. For most people, this remarkable region will remain forever inaccessible, existing only in aerial photographs and the accounts of the few protection agents who work to maintain its isolation. Yet perhaps this inaccessibility is precisely what makes the Javari Valley so valuable, serving as a reminder that in our increasingly connected world, there is still room for those who choose a different path, and that respecting their choice may be one of the greatest gifts we can offer to the diversity of human experience. Chapter 8. Kola Superdeep Borehole, the Gateway to Hell. In the remote wilderness of Russia's Kola Peninsula, near the border with Norway, lies one of the most ambitious and mysterious scientific projects ever undertaken by humanity. The Kola Superdeep Borehole represents mankind's deepest penetration into the Earth's crust, a mind-boggling feat of engineering that reached depths of over 40,000 feet below the surface, deeper than the height of Mount Everest. Yet this remarkable achievement, which was intended to unlock the secrets of our planet's interior, has become shrouded in mystery, urban legends, and conspiracy theories that have transformed it from a scientific triumph into one of the most forbidden and enigmatic locations on Earth. The Kola Superdeep Borehole project began in 1970 as part of the Soviet Union's ambitious scientific research program during the height of the Cold War. The project was conceived as a purely scientific endeavor, designed to drill deeper into the Earth's crust than had ever been attempted before. Soviet scientists hoped to reach the boundary between the Earth's crust and mantle, potentially drilling to depths of 50,000 feet or more. The goal was to gather unprecedented data about the composition and structure of our planet's interior, information that could revolutionize our understanding of geology, seismology, and the fundamental processes that shape our world. The location chosen for this extraordinary project was the Kola Peninsula, a remote region of northwestern Russia that extends into the Arctic Circle. This location was selected not for any mystical or supernatural reasons, but for practical geological considerations. The area sits on some of the oldest rock formations on Earth, part of the Baltic Shield that contains rocks dating back over 2.5 billion years. Scientists believed that drilling in this ancient terrain would provide the most stable conditions for such an ambitious project, while also offering the best opportunities to study the Earth's earliest geological history. The engineering challenges involved in the Kola project were unprecedented and pushed the boundaries of 1970s technology to their absolute limits. Drilling to such extreme depths required overcoming problems that had never been encountered before in human history. As the drill descended deeper into the Earth, temperatures increased far beyond what scientists had expected, reaching over 350 degrees Fahrenheit at the deepest levels, nearly twice the anticipated temperature. The extreme heat, combined with immense pressure from the weight of rock above, created conditions that destroyed drilling equipment and made conventional drilling techniques impossible. The equipment used in the Kola project had to be specially designed and constantly modified as new challenges emerged. The drill bits and drilling apparatus had to withstand not only extreme temperatures and pressures, but also the corrosive effects of various chemicals and gases encountered at different depths. The drilling mud used to lubricate the drill and carry away debris had to be formulated to remain stable under conditions that had never been tested before. As the project progressed, entirely new technologies had to be developed just to keep the drilling operation functioning. As the Kola borehole reached unprecedented depths, scientists began making discoveries that challenged their fundamental understanding of the Earth's interior. The rock at these depths was found to be far more porous than expected, containing water that had been trapped for millions of years. This discovery revolutionized scientific understanding of how water behaves under extreme pressure and temperature conditions. The presence of microscopic life forms at depths previously thought to be completely sterile suggested that life on Earth might be far more resilient and widespread than anyone had imagined. Perhaps the most significant scientific discovery made during the Kola project was the detection of microscopic plankton fossils at depths of over 20,000 feet. These fossils were found in rocks that were supposed to be far too old and deep to contain any evidence of life, suggesting that either the dating of the rocks was incorrect or that life on Earth had existed in forms and locations that scientists had never considered possible. This discovery had profound implications for understanding the history of life on our planet and the conditions under which life can survive. The acoustic properties of the Earth at extreme depths also provided unexpected insights. Scientists found that seismic waves behave differently at these depths than predicted by existing models, suggesting that the structure and composition of the Earth's interior was more complex than previously understood. These discoveries helped refine models of earthquake behavior and provided new insights into the processes that drive plate tectonics and continental drift. However, it was not just the scientific discoveries that made the Kola superdeep borehole famous around the world. As news of the project leaked out during the final years of the Soviet Union, stories began circulating that transformed the scientific research station into something far more sinister and mysterious. Urban legends began spreading about strange sounds and phenomena associated with the borehole, stories that would eventually evolve into some of the most persistent conspiracy theories of the late 20th century. The most famous of these legends involves claims that scientists working on the project recorded sounds from the depths of the borehole that resembled human screams and wailing. According to these stories, when sensitive microphones were lowered into the deepest parts of the borehole, they detected audio that sounded like the tormented cries of millions of souls in anguish. This recording was allegedly suppressed by Soviet authorities, but bootleg copies supposedly circulated among underground networks, giving rise to the borehole's nickname as the Gateway to Hell. These supernatural claims were further embellished with stories of scientists fleeing the project in terror, of equipment mysteriously malfunctioning in ways that seemed to defy explanation, and of strange creatures or entities being detected at the deepest levels of the borehole. Some versions of these legends claimed that the drilling had literally broken through into hell itself, releasing demonic forces that caused the project to be abandoned in panic. While these stories have no basis in scientific fact, they have become so widely circulated that they have overshadowed the genuine scientific achievements of the project. The reality of why the Kola superdeep borehole project was eventually abandoned is far more mundane but equally fascinating from a scientific perspective. As the drilling progressed deeper, the technical challenges became increasingly insurmountable with the technology available at the time. The extreme temperatures encountered at depth made it impossible for drilling equipment to function properly, while the unexpected geological conditions created problems that required entirely new solutions. The cost of the project had also escalated far beyond original estimates, and with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, funding for such ambitious scientific projects became unavailable. The current status of the Kola superdeep borehole is a subject of considerable mystery and speculation. The site was officially closed in 1994, and the drilling equipment was removed or abandoned. The borehole itself was sealed with a heavy metal cap, but the remote location and lack of ongoing maintenance have left the site largely unguarded and accessible only to the most determined explorers. Satellite imagery shows the remains of the scientific complex, but detailed information about the current condition of the site is scarce. Access to the Kola site is severely restricted by Russian authorities, though the reasons for these restrictions are not entirely clear. Official explanations cite safety concerns related to the unstable condition of the abandoned facilities and the potential dangers associated with the sealed borehole. However, some observers speculate that the restrictions may be related to ongoing classified research activities or efforts to prevent the site from becoming a destination for curiosity seekers and conspiracy theorists. The scientific legacy of the Kola Superdeep Borehole project extends far beyond the specific discoveries made during the drilling operation. The project demonstrated both the incredible achievements possible through ambitious scientific research and the limitations of human technology when confronting the most extreme environments on our planet. The data collected during the project continues to influence geological research and has contributed to our understanding of everything from earthquake prediction to the search for life in extreme environments on other planets. The technological innovations developed for the Kola project have found applications in many other fields, from deep-sea drilling operations to geothermal energy development. The specialized materials and techniques created to withstand extreme temperatures and pressures have been adapted for use in various industrial applications, while the monitoring and measurement technologies developed for the project have advanced the field of geophysics more broadly. The international scientific community continues to study the data collected from the Kola project, and many of the findings remain relevant to current research into the Earth's interior structure. The discovery of water and microbial life at extreme depths has influenced the search for life in similar environments on Mars and other planets, while the acoustic and seismic data collected has contributed to improved models of earthquake behavior and volcanic activity. Recent developments in drilling technology have renewed interest in extremely deep drilling projects, though none have yet approached the depth achieved by the Kola project. Modern drilling techniques and materials might potentially overcome some of the technical challenges that eventually forced the abandonment of the Soviet project. But the enormous cost and complexity of such endeavors continue to limit new attempts to drill to such extreme depths. The environmental impact of the Kola project has been a subject of ongoing concern and study. While the project was conducted using the best available environmental protection standards of its time, questions remain about the long-term effects of introducing drilling fluids and other materials into the deep subsurface environment. The sealed borehole represents a permanent alteration to the geological structure of the area, and scientists continue to monitor for any environmental effects that might emerge over time. The cultural impact of the Kola Superdeep Borehole extends far beyond the scientific community to include its role in popular culture, conspiracy theories, and urban legends. The project has been featured in numerous books, documentaries, and online discussions that range from serious scientific analysis to wild speculation about supernatural phenomena. This cultural legacy has made the site a symbol of both human scientific achievement and the dangers of probing too deeply into realms that might be better left unexplored. The psychological effect of the Kola project on those who worked on it has been a subject of considerable interest. Working on a project that pushed the boundaries of human knowledge and capability while operating in one of the most remote and harsh environments on Earth created unique stresses and challenges for the scientists and engineers involved. Some accounts suggest that the isolation, extreme working conditions, and awareness of being involved in something unprecedented had profound effects on the mental and emotional well-being of project participants. The geopolitical implications of the Kola project during the Cold War era added additional layers of secrecy and mystery to an already complex undertaking. The project was conducted during a period of intense competition between the Soviet Union and the West in all areas of science and technology, including space exploration, nuclear research, and basic scientific research. The secretive nature of the Soviet system meant that information about the project was tightly controlled, creating an information vacuum that allowed rumors and speculation to flourish. Modern attempts to study the Kola site are hampered not only by Russian access restrictions, but also by the degraded condition of the facilities and the loss of institutional knowledge about the project. Many of the scientists and engineers who worked on the project have since died or are no longer available to share their experiences and expertise. The documentation and data from the project, while extensive, is scattered across various Russian institutions and may not be easily accessible to international researchers. The Kola Superdeep Borehole stands as one of humanity's most ambitious attempts to understand our planet from within, a project that achieved remarkable scientific success while simultaneously becoming shrouded in mystery and legend. For most people, this remote site will remain forever inaccessible, existing only in scientific papers, conspiracy theories, and the imagination. Yet its legacy continues to influence scientific research and popular culture, serving as a reminder of both the incredible achievements possible through human curiosity and determination, and the enduring power of mystery to capture the human imagination even in our scientific age. Chapter 9. Devon Island, Earth's most Martian landscape. In the vast and desolate Arctic wilderness of Canada's Nunavut territory lies one of the most extraordinary and inhospitable places on Earth. Devon Island, the world's largest uninhabited island, presents a landscape so alien and Mars-like that it has become NASA's primary analog site for testing equipment and training astronauts for future missions to the Red Planet. This remarkable 21,000 square mile island exists in a state of permanent isolation that makes it one of the most inaccessible and challenging environments anywhere on our planet, a place where the boundaries between Earth and outer space seem to blur into insignificance. Devon Island's claim to being the most Mars-like place on Earth is not merely a matter of superficial appearance, though the visual similarities are indeed striking. The island's landscape is dominated by barren rocky terrain, ancient impact craters, and a complete absence of vegetation across vast areas, creating vistas that could easily be mistaken for photographs from Mars rovers. However, it is the combination of geological, climatic, and biological factors that makes Devon Island truly unique as an analog for extraterrestrial environments. The geological history of Devon Island is written in its rocks and landscape features in ways that parallel the geological processes believed to have shaped Mars. The island sits on ancient bedrock that dates back hundreds of millions of years, with surface features that have been carved by glacial action, wind erosion, and impact events that created terrain remarkably similar to what spacecraft have observed on Mars. The Houghton Impact Crater, a 12-mile-wide depression created by a meteorite impact roughly 39 million years ago, serves as a particularly important analog for similar features on Mars and provides scientists with opportunities to study impact processes that may have shaped both planets. The climate conditions on Devon Island create an environment that challenges human survival in ways that closely parallel the challenges that would be faced by explorers on Mars. Temperatures on the island can drop to -50 degrees Fahrenheit during the long Arctic winter, while even summer temperatures rarely rise above freezing. The growing season is virtually non-existent, lasting only a few weeks during the brief Arctic summer, when some hardy plants can briefly flourish in protected areas. The rest of the year, the island exists in a state of frozen desolation that would be immediately fatal to any unprepared human visitor. The extreme isolation of Devon Island adds to its value as a Mars analog, while simultaneously making it one of the most inaccessible places on Earth for ordinary travelers. The island is located hundreds of miles from the nearest permanent settlement, accessible only by charter aircraft during the brief summer months when weather conditions permit flying. There are no roads, no permanent buildings, no infrastructure of any kind to support human habitation. Visitors must bring everything they need to survive, from food and shelter to fuel and emergency medical supplies, and must be prepared to be completely self-sufficient for extended periods. NASA's use of Devon Island as a Mars analog site began in the late 1990s as part of the Houghton Mars Project, an international interdisciplinary research program designed to advance our understanding of Mars and prepare for human exploration of the Red Planet. The project established a research station on the island that operates during the brief Arctic summer, bringing together scientists, engineers, and astronauts to conduct research and training exercises that would be impossible to replicate in any other Earth environment. The research conducted on Devon Island encompasses a wide range of scientific disciplines, from geology and biology to psychology and engineering. Geologists study the island's rock formations and impact features to better understand similar processes on Mars, while biologists investigate the limits of life in extreme environments and search for organisms that might survive in Martian conditions. Engineers test new equipment designs under conditions that closely simulate the challenges that would be faced on Mars, while psychologists study how isolation and extreme environments affect human behavior and group dynamics. The biological research conducted on Devon Island has yielded fascinating insights into the limits of life on Earth and the potential for life to exist in similar environments on Mars. Despite the harsh conditions, scientists have discovered microbial life forms that survive in the island's most extreme environments, including areas that were previously thought to be completely sterile. These extremophile organisms have developed remarkable adaptations that allow them to survive in conditions of extreme cold, desiccation, and nutrient scarcity that closely parallel the conditions believed to exist on Mars. The psychological aspects of working on Devon Island provide valuable insights into the mental and emotional challenges that would face astronauts on long-duration missions to Mars. The complete isolation from civilization, combined with the harsh environment and the need for constant vigilance regarding safety and survival, creates stress conditions that parallel many aspects of space exploration. Researchers have studied how team dynamics evolve under these conditions, how individuals cope with isolation and stress, and what factors contribute to mission success or failure in extreme environments. The technological challenges of operating on Devon Island have driven innovations in equipment design and operational procedures that have direct applications for Mars exploration. Everything from habitation modules and life support systems to rovers and scientific instruments must be designed to operate reliably in extreme cold, with limited power sources, and without the possibility of immediate repair or replacement. The lessons learned from years of operations on Devon Island have directly influenced the design of Mars mission equipment and procedures. The logistics of supporting research operations on Devon Island are staggering and provide a realistic preview of the challenges that would be involved in supporting human missions to Mars. Every piece of equipment, every supply item, and every person must be transported to the island by aircraft during the brief weather windows when flying is possible. Fuel for heating and power generation must be carefully calculated and rationed, while food supplies must be planned for extended periods with no possibility of resupply. Emergency evacuation procedures must account for the fact that rescue operations may be impossible during much of the year due to weather conditions. The safety challenges of working on Devon Island are extreme and constant, requiring vigilance and preparation that would be familiar to any astronaut. The weather can change rapidly and without warning, with sudden storms that can reduce visibility to zero and create life-threatening conditions for anyone caught in the open. Wildlife, while sparse, includes polar bears that pose significant threats to human safety. The rocky terrain and unstable surfaces create constant risks of injury, while the cold temperatures mean that even minor injuries can quickly become life-threatening if not properly treated. The communication challenges on Devon Island mirror many of the issues that would be faced during Mars missions. The island's remote location means that real-time communication with the outside world is often impossible, while satellite communication systems may be unreliable or unavailable due to weather conditions or technical problems. Research teams must be prepared to operate independently for extended periods, making critical decisions without the ability to consult with experts or authorities elsewhere. The environmental protection requirements for Devon Island add another layer of complexity to research operations while providing valuable experience for planetary protection protocols that would be essential for Mars missions. The pristine Arctic environment must be protected from contamination by research activities, while research sites must be carefully managed to preserve their scientific value for future studies. These requirements parallel the planetary protection protocols that would be essential for preventing contamination of Mars by Earth organisms or contamination of Earth by potential Martian life forms. The international nature of research on Devon Island reflects the collaborative approach that will be necessary for successful Mars exploration. Scientists and engineers from multiple countries work together on the island, sharing resources, expertise, and responsibilities in ways that provide valuable experience for the international cooperation that will be essential for Mars missions. Language barriers, cultural differences, and varying technical standards must all be navigated successfully to achieve research objectives. The educational value of Devon Island extends beyond its role in Mars mission preparation to include its importance as a natural laboratory for studying Earth's own extreme environments. The island provides researchers with opportunities to study Arctic ecosystems, climate change impacts, and geological processes in an environment that has remained largely unchanged by human activity. These studies contribute to our understanding of Earth's climate system and help scientists predict how Arctic regions may respond to ongoing climate change. The technological innovations developed for operations on Devon Island have found applications far beyond Mars mission preparation. Equipment designed to operate in extreme cold and isolation has been adapted for use in Antarctic research, deep-sea exploration, and disaster response operations. Communication systems and life support technologies developed for the island have been used in other remote research applications, while the operational procedures developed for managing complex research projects in extreme environments have been applied to various challenging scientific endeavors. The economic costs of conducting research on Devon Island are enormous, reflecting both the logistical challenges of operating in such a remote location and the sophisticated equipment required for meaningful scientific work. Charter flights to transport personnel and equipment can cost tens of thousands of dollars, while the specialized equipment needed to operate in extreme conditions requires significant financial investment. These costs provide a realistic preview of the enormous expenses that would be associated with Mars missions, while also limiting the scope and duration of research that can be conducted on the island. The impact of climate change on Devon Island is becoming an increasingly important factor in its value as a Mars analog site. Rising Arctic temperatures are beginning to alter the island's environment in ways that could affect its similarity to Martian conditions. Increased plant growth in previously barren areas, changes in permafrost conditions, and altered weather patterns all have the potential to reduce the island's value as a Mars analog, while also providing opportunities to study how extreme environments respond to environmental change. The future of research on Devon Island depends on continued support for Mars exploration programs and ongoing recognition of the island's unique value as an analog site. As Mars mission plans continue to evolve and mature, the island's role in mission preparation is likely to become even more important. New research facilities and capabilities may be developed to support more sophisticated training and testing programs, while advances in technology may enable year-round operations that are currently impossible due to the extreme winter conditions. The cultural impact of Devon Island extends beyond its scientific importance to include its role in inspiring public interest in space exploration and extreme environment research. The island's otherworldly landscape and its connection to Mars exploration have captured the imagination of people around the world, helping to build support for space exploration programs, while also highlighting the incredible diversity of environments that exist on our own planet. Devon Island represents one of the most remarkable examples of how Earth's extreme environments can provide valuable insights into the challenges and opportunities of space exploration. For most people, this remarkable island will remain forever inaccessible, existing only in research reports, photographs, and the accounts of the brave scientists and astronauts who venture there to prepare for humanity's next great adventure among the stars. Yet its contributions to our understanding of both Earth and Mars continue to grow, serving as a bridge between our terrestrial experience and our cosmic aspirations. Chapter 10: Mount Weather Bunker, America's Shadow Government Fortress. Nestled within the scenic Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, approximately 50 miles west of Washington, D.C., lies one of the most secretive and heavily fortified installations in the United States government's vast network of classified facilities. Mount Weather Emergency Operations Center, officially known as the Special Facility, represents the ultimate expression of Cold War paranoia and government contingency planning, a massive underground complex designed to ensure the survival of American leadership in the event of nuclear war or other catastrophic threats to national security. This facility, which exists largely in the shadows of public awareness, has become one of the most forbidden and mysterious locations in America, surrounded by layers of security, secrecy, and speculation that have persisted for over half a century. The origins of Mount Weather can be traced back to the early years of the Cold War, when the possibility of nuclear attack on the United States transformed from a theoretical concern into a very real and immediate threat. As the Soviet Union developed its own nuclear weapons capabilities in the late 1940s and early 1950s, American military and political leaders began to grapple with the terrifying reality that a surprise nuclear attack could potentially decapitate the entire U.S. government within a matter of hours. The concept of continuity of government became a national security priority of the highest order, leading to the development of secret facilities designed to ensure that America's leadership could survive and continue to function even in the aftermath of a devastating nuclear exchange. Construction of the Mount Weather facility began in the 1950s under a veil of secrecy so complete that most members of Congress were unaware of its existence for decades. The project was managed by the Federal Emergency Management Agency and its predecessor organizations, working in conjunction with the military and intelligence agencies to create what would become one of the most sophisticated and secure underground installations ever built. The facility was carved deep into the granite bedrock of the Blue Ridge Mountains, creating a hardened bunker capable of withstanding the effects of nuclear weapons, while providing all the facilities necessary to house and support hundreds of government officials for extended periods. The physical specifications of Mount Weather remain largely classified, but information that has leaked over the years suggests a facility of staggering scope and complexity. The underground complex is believed to extend several hundred feet below ground level, with multiple levels connected by corridors and elevators that create a subterranean city capable of housing the entire federal government. The facility reportedly includes everything from dormitories and dining facilities to television studios and medical facilities, creating a completely self-contained environment where government operations could continue indefinitely without any connection to the outside world. The security measures protecting Mount Weather are among the most sophisticated and comprehensive of any government facility in the United States. The above-ground portion of the facility appears to casual observers as a modest Federal Emergency Management Agency training center, complete with administrative buildings, dormitories, and training facilities that serve as cover for the massive underground complex beneath. However, this innocuous surface appearance belies the layers of security that surround the true facility, including multiple perimeter barriers, armed guards, sophisticated surveillance systems, and restricted airspace that extends for miles in all directions. The personnel who work at Mount Weather are among the most highly cleared individuals in the federal government, holding security clearances that grant them access to some of the nation's most sensitive secrets. These employees, many of whom have worked at the facility for decades, are bound by strict oaths of secrecy that extend far beyond their employment and include severe penalties for any unauthorized disclosure of information about the facility's operations or capabilities. The culture of secrecy at Mount Weather is so pervasive that many employees work there for years without fully understanding the scope and purpose of the activities conducted within the underground complex. The operational purpose of Mount Weather extends far beyond simple survival bunker functions to encompass a comprehensive alternate seat of government capable of maintaining continuity of federal operations under the most extreme circumstances. The facility reportedly contains duplicate copies of critical government databases, communication systems capable of maintaining contact with military forces and allied nations around the world, and command and control facilities that would allow senior government officials to coordinate national response efforts during a major crisis. In essence, Mount Weather serves as a shadow version of Washington, D.C., ready to spring into action should the primary seat of government become unavailable. The types of scenarios for which Mount Weather was designed extend beyond nuclear war to include virtually any threat that could disrupt normal government operations. Natural disasters, terrorist attacks, pandemic outbreaks, cyber warfare, and even alien invasion have all been cited as potential triggers for activation of the facility's emergency protocols. The broad scope of these potential scenarios reflects the government's recognition that threats to national security can emerge from many different sources and may require rapid activation of alternate command structures to ensure effective response. The command structure at Mount Weather is designed to mirror the normal chain of government authority while providing the flexibility necessary to respond to unprecedented crisis situations. The facility reportedly maintains detailed succession plans that specify exactly who would assume various leadership roles in different scenarios, along with the legal authorities and resources that would be available to them. These plans are regularly updated and tested through exercises that simulate various crisis scenarios, though the details of these exercises remain highly classified. One of the most controversial aspects of Mount Weather involves the legal and constitutional questions surrounding its operation. Critics have raised concerns about the extent to which emergency protocols might suspend normal constitutional protections and democratic processes, essentially allowing an unelected shadow government to assume extraordinary powers during crisis situations. The facility's existence raises fundamental questions about the balance between national security and democratic governance, particularly regarding who would have the authority to activate emergency protocols and what limits, if any, would constrain the actions of officials operating from the bunker. The information leaks and unauthorized disclosures that have revealed details about Mount Weather over the years have created a complex picture of a facility that is simultaneously vital to national security and potentially threatening to democratic principles. These leaks have come from various sources, including former employees, investigative journalists, and congressional investigations that have occasionally shed light on aspects of the facility's operations. However, the government's response to these disclosures has been to neither confirm nor deny specific details, maintaining the official fiction that Mount Weather is simply a FEMA training facility. Perhaps the most significant public revelation about Mount Weather came in 1974 when a commercial aircraft crashed near the facility, killing all 92 people aboard. The investigation into this tragedy inadvertently revealed the existence of the secret bunker when reporters noticed the unusual security measures and restricted access around what was supposed to be a simple government training facility. This incident marked the first time that many Americans became aware of Mount Weather's true purpose, though government officials continued to maintain strict secrecy about the facility's capabilities and operations. The technological capabilities housed within Mount Weather are believed to represent some of the most advanced communication and computing systems available to the U.S. government. The facility reportedly maintains redundant communication links with military installations, intelligence agencies, and allied governments around the world, along with sophisticated data processing capabilities that would allow officials to monitor and coordinate response efforts during major crises. These systems are regularly updated and tested to ensure that they remain capable of operating even under the most challenging conditions. The relationship between Mount Weather and other government bunker facilities remains largely classified, though it is known that the U.S. government maintains numerous such installations around the country as part of its comprehensive continuity of government planning. These facilities are believed to be connected through secure communication networks and coordinated through detailed protocols that specify how responsibilities would be divided during different types of emergencies. Mount Weather appears to serve as the primary facility in this network, though other installations may assume lead roles under certain circumstances. The psychological impact of working at a facility designed to operate during the collapse of civilization creates unique challenges for Mount Weather personnel. Employees must live with the constant awareness that their workplace exists primarily for scenarios so catastrophic that normal society would cease to function. This psychological burden, combined with the extreme secrecy requirements and the isolated nature of the work environment, has reportedly led to high levels of stress and turnover among facility staff. The training and exercise programs conducted at Mount Weather are designed to ensure that government officials would be able to function effectively under the extreme stress conditions that would exist during a major national crisis. These programs reportedly include realistic simulations of various disaster scenarios, communication exercises with military and civilian agencies, and decision-making drills that test officials' ability to make critical choices under intense pressure and with limited information. The results of these exercises are carefully analyzed to identify weaknesses in emergency procedures and improve the government's crisis response capabilities. The supply and logistics systems that support Mount Weather are designed to maintain operations for extended periods without any external support. The facility reportedly maintains substantial stockpiles of food, water, fuel, medical supplies, and other necessities that would allow hundreds of people to survive underground for months or even years if necessary. These supplies are regularly rotated and updated to ensure freshness and effectiveness, while the storage and distribution systems are designed to continue functioning even if significant portions of the facility's infrastructure are damaged. The medical capabilities at Mount Weather reportedly include a fully equipped hospital facility capable of handling a wide range of medical emergencies and routine healthcare needs. This medical facility is staffed by physicians and nurses with security clearances appropriate for the sensitive nature of the installation, and is equipped with medical supplies and equipment that would allow for extended operations without outside support. The facility may also include specialized medical equipment for treating radiation exposure and other injuries that might result from the types of disasters for which Mount Weather is designed. The environmental systems at Mount Weather represent some of the most sophisticated life support technology ever developed, designed to maintain safe and comfortable living conditions deep underground for extended periods. These systems reportedly include air filtration and purification capabilities that can remove chemical, biological, and radiological contaminants from outside air, along with independent power generation systems that can operate indefinitely without connection to external power grids. Water treatment and waste management systems are designed to support a large population while maintaining strict health and safety standards. The intelligence and surveillance capabilities housed at Mount Weather reportedly include access to the full range of U.S. intelligence collection systems, allowing officials operating from the facility to maintain situational awareness during crisis situations. These capabilities may include real-time access to satellite imagery, electronic intercepts, human intelligence reports, and other information sources that would be critical for making informed decisions during emergency situations. The facility's communication systems are designed to allow secure coordination with intelligence agencies and military commands around the world. The public speculation and conspiracy theories surrounding Mount Weather have grown considerably since its existence became known, fueled by the government's continued secrecy about the facility's operations and capabilities. These theories range from relatively plausible concerns about constitutional issues to wild speculation about everything from alien technology to secret shadow government operations. While most of these theories lack credible evidence, the extreme secrecy surrounding the facility has created an information vacuum that allows such speculation to flourish. The cost of constructing and maintaining Mount Weather has never been publicly disclosed, but estimates suggest that the facility represents an investment of billions of dollars over the decades since its construction began. These costs include not only the initial construction expenses, but also the ongoing costs of maintenance, security, supplies, and personnel required to keep the facility in a constant state of readiness. The economic impact of this investment extends beyond the direct cost to include the broader implications for defense spending and national security priorities. The international implications of facilities like Mount Weather extend beyond domestic concerns to include questions about how such installations might affect relationships with allied and adversary nations during crisis situations. The existence of hardened government bunkers may provide reassurance to allies about the stability of U.S. leadership during emergencies, while simultaneously raising concerns among adversaries about the difficulty of achieving strategic objectives through attacks on government targets. These considerations factor into broader strategic planning and diplomatic relationships. The evolution of threats since Mount Weather was constructed has required ongoing modifications and updates to ensure that the facility remains relevant to current security challenges. The original focus on nuclear war has expanded to include cyber warfare, bioterrorism, and other modern threats that were not anticipated when the facility was first designed. These changing requirements have likely necessitated significant upgrades to communication systems, security measures, and operational procedures over the years. The legal framework governing the operation of Mount Weather during emergency situations remains largely classified, though it presumably includes detailed procedures for activating emergency authorities and coordinating with various government agencies and military commands. These legal authorities raise important questions about the extent to which normal constitutional processes might be suspended during major crises and who would have the power to make such determinations. The future of Mount Weather and similar facilities depends on evolving assessments of national security threats and the continued commitment of government leaders to maintaining continuity of government capabilities. As new threats emerge and technology continues to advance, facilities like Mount Weather may require significant modifications or may be supplemented by additional installations designed to address contemporary security challenges. Mount Weather stands as one of the most tangible examples of the lengths to which democratic governments will go to ensure their own survival, even in the face of the most extreme threats imaginable. For most Americans, this facility will remain forever hidden, existing only in classified documents in the imagination of those who wonder what measures their government has taken to prepare for the unthinkable. Yet its very existence serves as a sobering reminder of the fragility of the civilization we take for granted and the extraordinary measures that may be necessary to preserve it in the face of catastrophic threats. Chapter 11. Hashima Island, the Forbidden Ghost Island. Rising from the waters of Nagasaki Bay like a concrete fortress abandoned by time itself, stands one of the most haunting and forbidden places in Japan. Hashima Island, known locally as Gunkanjima or Battleship Island, due to its distinctive silhouette, represents one of the most dramatic examples of industrial rise and fall in human history. This small artificial island, barely 1,000 feet long and 400 feet wide, once housed over 5,000 people in the highest population density ever recorded on Earth, only to be completely abandoned within a matter of months and left to decay in isolation for over 4 decades. The story of Hashima Island begins in 1887, when the Mitsubishi Corporation purchased the small natural reef that would become the foundation for one of Japan's most ambitious industrial projects. The company had discovered rich coal deposits beneath the sea floor around the reef and saw an opportunity to create a massive underwater mining operation that would help fuel Japan's rapid industrialization during the Meiji period. What started as a simple mining operation would eventually grow into a self-contained city that pushed the boundaries of engineering, urban planning, and human endurance. The transformation of the natural reef into Hashima Island required decades of land reclamation work that gradually expanded the usable land area through the construction of massive concrete seawalls and the filling of enclosed areas with rocks and debris. By the time construction was completed, the island had grown to nearly 6 times its original size, creating enough space for the massive industrial complex and residential buildings that would define its character for the next 8 decades. The coal mining operations that drove Hashima's development were among the most challenging and dangerous in the world. Miners descended over 1,000 feet below sea level through vertical shafts that extended deep beneath the ocean floor, working in conditions that were hot, humid, and constantly threatened by cave-ins, explosions, and flooding. The quality of coal extracted from these underwater mines was exceptionally high, making the dangerous and expensive operation profitable enough to justify the enormous investment required to build and maintain the island facility. The engineering challenges involved in creating a livable environment on Hashima Island were unprecedented and pushed the limits of early 20th century technology. Every aspect of life on the island had to be artificially created and maintained, from fresh water and electricity to sewage treatment and waste disposal. The island's concrete seawalls had to withstand the constant battering of ocean waves and typhoons, while the underground mining operations required sophisticated ventilation and pumping systems to remain operational. The residential buildings constructed on Hashima Island were revolutionary in their design and represented some of the earliest examples of reinforced concrete high-rise construction in Japan. These buildings, some reaching 9 stories in height, were designed to house the maximum number of people in the minimum amount of space, creating living conditions that were cramped even by Japanese standards. Each building contained hundreds of tiny apartments, often housing entire families in spaces smaller than most modern bathrooms. Life on Hashima Island during its operational years was characterized by an extraordinary sense of community and isolation that created a unique social environment. The island's residents, who included miners, engineers, administrators, and their families, were completely dependent on each other and on the company that owned and operated the island. Everything from schools and hospitals to shops and entertainment facilities had to be provided within the confines of the small island, creating a self-contained society that was unlike anywhere else in Japan. The population density on Hashima Island reached levels that have never been equaled anywhere else on Earth. At its peak in the 1950s, the island housed over 5,000 people in an area of just 16 acres, creating a population density of over 200,000 people per square mile. To put this in perspective, this density was more than twice that of Manhattan and created living conditions that challenged the limits of human adaptability and social organization. The social hierarchy on Hashima Island reflected the broader industrial structure of mid-20th century Japan, with clear distinctions between management personnel, skilled workers, and laborers. These social divisions were reflected in housing assignments, with company executives and engineers receiving larger apartments in better buildings, while miners and other laborers were housed in more crowded conditions. The island's limited recreational facilities were also divided along these social lines, creating a microcosm of Japanese industrial society. The decline of Hashima Island began in the 1960s, as Japan's energy needs shifted from coal to petroleum and other energy sources. The underwater coal mines that had made the island profitable for nearly 8 decades gradually became uneconomical as cheaper energy alternatives became available. The Mitsubishi Corporation began reducing operations on the island, leading to a steady exodus of residents who left to find work elsewhere in Japan's rapidly changing economy. The final closure of Hashima Island came suddenly and dramatically in 1974, when Mitsubishi announced that mining operations would cease permanently. Within a matter of months, the remaining residents were evacuated from the island, taking only their personal belongings and leaving behind everything else that had made up their community. Buildings, furniture, equipment, and even personal items were abandoned in place, creating a time capsule that would remain largely undisturbed for the next 4 decades. The abandonment of Hashima Island was so complete and sudden that it created one of the most perfectly preserved examples of mid-20th century Japanese industrial society. Unlike other abandoned places that are gradually stripped of valuable materials or vandalized over time, Hashima's isolation and the dangerous conditions created by decaying buildings kept scavengers and curious visitors away. The island became a forbidden zone, accessible only to authorized personnel conducting safety inspections or research activities. The physical decay of Hashima Island's buildings and infrastructure has been dramatic and relentless, accelerated by the harsh marine environment and the complete absence of any maintenance. The concrete buildings that once housed thousands of people have been subjected to decades of salt spray, typhoons, and seismic activity that have caused widespread deterioration. Windows have been broken by storms, roofs have collapsed under the weight of accumulated debris, and vegetation has begun to reclaim portions of the island. The safety hazards posed by the deteriorating buildings on Hashima Island are severe and constantly evolving. Concrete structures that were never designed to withstand decades without maintenance have developed serious structural weaknesses that make them extremely dangerous to enter. Falling debris poses constant threats to anyone on the island, while the possibility of sudden structural collapses makes even outdoor areas potentially lethal. These safety concerns have been the primary justification for the strict access controls that have kept the island off limits to the general public. The environmental impact of Hashima Island's abandonment has created unique ecological conditions that have attracted scientific interest. The complete absence of human activity for over 4 decades has allowed natural processes to begin reclaiming the artificial island, with plants and animals gradually colonizing the abandoned buildings and infrastructure. However, the industrial legacy of the island has also created environmental contamination issues that affect both the terrestrial and marine environments around the island. The cultural significance of Hashima Island extends far beyond its role as an industrial facility to encompass its place in Japanese history and collective memory. The island represents both the remarkable achievements of Japan's rapid industrialization and the human costs of that transformation. For many Japanese people, Hashima serves as a symbol of the dramatic social and economic changes that transformed their country during the 20th century. The international attention focused on Hashima Island has grown dramatically in recent years, as awareness of its unique history and current condition has spread through documentaries, books, and media coverage. The island's dramatic appearance and fascinating history have captured the imagination of people around the world, leading to increased pressure for public access and tourism development. However, these pressures conflict with the very real safety concerns and preservation challenges posed by the island's deteriorating condition. The Japanese government's approach to managing Hashima Island has evolved significantly over the years, as the site's historical importance has become more widely recognized. In 2009, the island was designated as a UNESCO World Heritage Site as part of a larger collection of sites representing Japan's Meiji Industrial Revolution. This designation brought increased international attention to the island, while also imposing obligations for its preservation and management. Limited public access to Hashima Island was finally permitted in 2009, but only under strictly controlled conditions that prioritize visitor safety while minimizing damage to the deteriorating structures. Visitors are restricted to a small portion of the island and must follow designated pathways that avoid the most dangerous areas. The tours provide only a glimpse of the island's remarkable history and current condition, leaving most of its secrets hidden behind safety barriers and crumbling concrete walls. The preservation challenges facing Hashima Island are enormous and potentially insurmountable given the extent of deterioration and the harsh marine environment. Traditional preservation techniques are difficult to apply to structures that are so severely damaged and exposed to such challenging conditions. The cost of stabilizing or restoring the island's buildings would be astronomical, while the technical challenges of working on such a remote and dangerous site are formidable. The ethical questions surrounding Hashima Island's preservation and presentation are complex and controversial. The island's history includes the use of forced labor, particularly Korean and Chinese workers who were brought to the island under harsh conditions during World War II. How to acknowledge and memorialize this darker aspect of the island's history while also recognizing its broader significance as an example of Japanese industrial development remains a subject of ongoing debate. The research value of Hashima Island extends beyond its historical significance to include its role as a unique laboratory for studying urban decay, structural deterioration, and ecological succession in extreme environments. The island provides researchers with opportunities to study how abandoned urban environments evolve over time and how natural processes interact with built environments under challenging conditions. The future of Hashima Island remains uncertain as Japanese authorities struggle to balance competing demands for preservation, public access, safety, and fiscal responsibility. The cost of maintaining even basic safety measures for limited public access is substantial, while the long-term preservation of the island's historical structures may ultimately prove impossible given the extent of deterioration and the challenging environmental conditions. Hashima Island stands as one of the most powerful examples of how quickly and completely human communities can disappear, leaving behind only the physical remnants of once vibrant societies. For most people, this remarkable island will remain largely inaccessible, existing primarily in photographs, documentaries, and the accounts of the few visitors who have been permitted to witness its haunting beauty and tragic decay. Yet its story continues to resonate as a reminder of both the incredible achievements and the ultimate impermanence of human civilization, serving as a powerful symbol of how even the most ambitious and successful human endeavors can be reduced to ruins by the relentless passage of time. Chapter 12: Woomera Prohibited Area, Australia's Secret Testing Ground. In the vast red heart of South Australia, where the scorching desert stretches endlessly toward every horizon, lies one of the largest and most secretive military testing areas in the world. The Woomera Prohibited Area encompasses over 47,000 square miles of some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth, creating a restricted zone larger than many countries where the most advanced and dangerous weapon systems are tested away from prying eyes. This enormous installation represents one of the most significant examples of how modern military powers use geography and isolation to conduct activities that would be impossible anywhere else, creating a forbidden zone where the boundaries between science fiction and reality often blur beyond recognition. The origins of the Woomera Prohibited Area can be traced back to the immediate aftermath of World War II, when the British Empire sought to maintain its status as a global military power through the development of advanced weapons systems, including nuclear weapons and guided missiles. The vast empty spaces of Central Australia provided an ideal location for testing these weapons, offering virtually unlimited range for missile testing, complete isolation from populated areas, and a landscape that could absorb the impact of even the most powerful conventional weapons without affecting civilian populations or sensitive ecosystems. The name Woomera itself comes from an Aboriginal word for a spear-throwing device, reflecting both the area's connection to Australia's Indigenous heritage and its modern role as a launching point for advanced weapons systems. However, the establishment of the prohibited area involved the displacement of Aboriginal communities who had lived in the region for thousands of years, creating a legacy of controversy and injustice that continues to affect relationships between the Australian government and Indigenous peoples. The sheer scale of the Woomera Prohibited Area is difficult to comprehend for those accustomed to thinking about military installations in conventional terms. The restricted zone extends across an area larger than England, creating a buffer zone so vast that weapons tests can be conducted without any risk of debris or impacts affecting areas outside the military reservation. This enormous size has allowed for the testing of intercontinental ballistic missiles, space launch vehicles, and other systems that require ranges measured in thousands rather than hundreds of miles. The landscape within the Woomera Prohibited Area is characterized by some of the most extreme and inhospitable conditions found anywhere on Earth. Temperatures during the Australian summer regularly exceed 120 degrees Fahrenheit, while the complete absence of surface water and the sparse vegetation create an environment that would quickly prove fatal to anyone unprepared for its challenges. The red sand and rocky outcrops create a landscape that appears almost alien, providing an appropriate backdrop for the testing of technologies that often seem to belong more to science fiction than to reality. The weapon systems tested at Woomera have included some of the most advanced and classified military technologies developed during the Cold War and beyond. British nuclear weapons were tested in the area during the 1950s and 1960s, creating contaminated zones that remain dangerous to this day. Guided missiles, including early cruise missiles and ballistic missile systems, were extensively tested in the area, while more recent years have seen the testing of hypersonic weapons, advanced radar systems, and other cutting-edge military technologies. The infrastructure required to support weapons testing at Woomera is extensive and sophisticated, though much of it remains hidden from public view. Launch facilities, tracking stations, radar installations, and command centers are scattered across the vast area, connected by roads and communication systems that allow for the coordination of complex test activities. Underground facilities house sensitive equipment and provide protection for personnel during dangerous testing operations, while airfields allow for the rapid deployment of aircraft and personnel to various test sites within the restricted area. The personnel who work at Woomera represent some of the most highly trained and security-cleared individuals in the Australian and allied military establishments. Scientists, engineers, military officers, and technical specialists from multiple countries work together on projects that often involve the most closely guarded secrets of modern military technology. The isolation of the facility and the sensitive nature of the work conducted there create a unique working environment where the boundaries between different national military programs often become blurred. The security measures protecting the Woomera prohibited area are among the most comprehensive and sophisticated of any military installation in the world. The enormous size of the restricted zone makes traditional perimeter security impossible, instead relying on a combination of technological surveillance systems, aerial patrols, and the harsh environment itself to deter unauthorized intrusions. Sophisticated radar and satellite systems monitor the entire area for any signs of unauthorized activity, while rapid response teams are ready to investigate any potential security breaches. The environmental impact of decades of weapons testing at Woomera has been significant and long-lasting. Nuclear weapons tests conducted in the 1950s and 1960s created contaminated areas that will remain dangerous for thousands of years, while conventional weapons testing has left behind unexploded ordnance, chemical residues, and physical damage to the landscape. Cleanup efforts have been ongoing for decades, but the scale of contamination and the continued use of the area for weapons testing make complete environmental restoration impossible. The international dimensions of weapons testing at Woomera have made the facility a crucial component of military cooperation between Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Joint testing programs allow these allies to share the enormous costs of developing advanced weapons systems while also ensuring that their military technologies remain compatible and interoperable. However, this international cooperation also raises questions about national sovereignty and the extent to which Australia's territory is being used to advance the military interests of foreign powers. The Aboriginal heritage of the Woomera area adds complex cultural and legal dimensions to the operation of the prohibited area. Sacred sites, traditional hunting grounds, and other culturally significant locations exist throughout the restricted zone, creating ongoing tensions between military security requirements and Indigenous rights. Efforts to accommodate Aboriginal concerns while maintaining operational security have led to various compromise arrangements, but fundamental conflicts between military and Indigenous interests remain unresolved. The technological innovations developed through testing at Woomera have had far-reaching impacts beyond their immediate military applications. Advances in guidance systems, materials, science, propulsion technology, and electronics developed for weapons programs have found applications in civilian aerospace, telecommunications, and other industries. The facility has served as a testing ground not just for weapons, but for technologies that have helped shape the modern world. The economic impact of the Woomera prohibited area extends far beyond the direct costs of weapons testing, to include its role in supporting Australia's defence industry and its contribution to international military cooperation agreements. The The facility provides employment for thousands of people, both directly and indirectly, while also helping to attract international defense contracts and investments to Australia. However, the opportunity costs of dedicating such a vast area to military use rather than other economic activities remain a subject of ongoing debate. The secrecy surrounding operations at Woomera has given rise to numerous conspiracy theories and urban legends about the true nature of activities conducted within the prohibited area. Stories about alien technology, secret space programs, and exotic weapon systems have flourished in the information vacuum created by military security classifications. While most of these theories lack credible evidence, the extreme secrecy and the advanced nature of some weapon systems tested at the facility provide enough mystery to fuel ongoing speculation. The future role of the Woomera prohibited area in Australia's defense planning depends on evolving strategic threats and the continued development of advanced weapon systems that require large-scale testing facilities. New technologies such as hypersonic weapons, directed energy systems, and autonomous military systems may require even more sophisticated testing capabilities than those currently available at Woomera. The facility's unique combination of size, isolation, and existing infrastructure makes it likely to remain a crucial component of Allied military testing for decades to come. The challenges of maintaining security and operational capability at Woomera continue to evolve as new technologies create both opportunities and threats. Satellite surveillance, drone technology, and cyber warfare capabilities have made it increasingly difficult to maintain the complete secrecy that once characterized military testing facilities. At the same time, these same technologies provide new tools for monitoring and protecting the restricted area from unauthorized intrusions or intelligence gathering activities. The international legal framework governing weapons testing at Woomera involves complex agreements between multiple nations and must comply with various international treaties and agreements regarding weapons development and testing. Nuclear test ban treaties, chemical weapons conventions, and other international agreements place constraints on the types of activities that can be conducted at the facility, while also requiring careful monitoring and verification procedures to ensure compliance. The educational and research value of the Woomera prohibited area extends beyond its immediate military applications to include its role in advancing scientific understanding of weapons effects, materials behavior under extreme conditions, and the environmental impact of military activities. The unique conditions at Woomera provide researchers with opportunities to study phenomena that cannot be replicated in laboratory settings, contributing to advances in physics, chemistry, material science, and environmental science. The Woomera prohibited area represents one of the most significant examples of how modern military powers use geography, technology, and secrecy to develop and test the weapon systems that shape international relations and global security. For most people, this vast restricted zone will remain forever inaccessible, existing only in satellite images, official statements, and occasional media reports about its activities. Yet its influence extends far beyond its physical boundaries, affecting everything from international military cooperation to the development of technologies that eventually find their way into civilian applications, serving as a reminder of the complex relationships between military power, technological development, and the quest for national security in an uncertain world. Chapter 13, Point Nemo, the most isolated spot on Earth. In the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, thousands of miles from any land and further from human civilization than astronauts aboard the International Space Station, lies a location that represents the ultimate expression of isolation on our planet. Point Nemo, officially known as the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, is not a physical place you can visit or a mysterious island shrouded in legend, but rather a precise coordinate in the middle of nowhere that holds the distinction of being the most remote location on Earth's surface. This invisible point in the ocean, located at coordinates 48°52, 6S, 123°23, 6W, sits over 1,600 miles from the nearest land in any direction, creating a zone of isolation so complete that it challenges our very understanding of what it means to be alone on our planet. The mathematical precision required to calculate Point Nemo's location represents one of the most fascinating applications of computational geography ever undertaken. Croatian survey engineer Hrvoje Lukatela identified this location in 1992, using computer modeling to determine the exact point on Earth's surface that is furthest from any landmass. The calculation involved analyzing the complex geometry of Earth's continents and islands to find the center of the largest possible circle that could be drawn on the ocean surface without touching land. The result was a point located in the South Pacific Ocean that is equidistant from three remote land masses: Bouvet Island to the north, Motu Nui near Easter Island to the northeast, and Javari Island off the coast of Antarctica to the south. The name Point Nemo was chosen as a tribute to Captain Nemo, the fictional submarine commander from Jules Verne's classic novel, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. This literary reference is particularly appropriate given that the location represents a real-world equivalent to the vast underwater wilderness that Captain Nemo explored in his submarine Nautilus. Like the fictional captain's domain, Point Nemo exists in a realm that is fundamentally separate from terrestrial human experience, accessible only to those with the technology and resources to venture into one of the most challenging environments on our planet. The physical characteristics of the ocean at Point Nemo reflect its extreme isolation from terrestrial influences. The water in this region is among the clearest and most nutrient-poor found anywhere in the world's oceans, a condition that results from its vast distance from any land-based sources of sediment, nutrients, or pollution. The depth of the ocean at Point Nemo reaches approximately 13,000 feet, placing the seafloor more than 2 miles below the surface in a region where sunlight has never penetrated and where pressure conditions are so extreme that they would instantly crush any unprotected human visitor. The marine ecosystem around Point Nemo is characterized by its remarkable sparsity and unique adaptations to extreme isolation. The nutrient-poor conditions in this region of the Pacific create what oceanographers call an oceanic desert, where life exists at far lower densities than in coastal or upwelling regions. The organisms that do survive in this environment have developed extraordinary adaptations to cope with the scarcity of nutrients and the vast distances between potential food sources. These creatures represent some of the most specialized and isolated populations of marine life on Earth, having evolved in conditions of separation that rival those found on remote islands or in deep caves. The closest human beings to Point Nemo at any given time are typically the astronauts aboard the International Space Station, which orbits Earth at an altitude of approximately 250 miles. This extraordinary fact highlights the extreme isolation of the location and provides a unique perspective on what it means to be remote from human civilization. While the astronauts overhead represent the pinnacle of human technological achievement and international cooperation, the waters below remain largely unexplored and uninhabited, creating a stark contrast between humanity's reach into space and the vast unexplored regions that still exist on our own planet. The challenges of reaching Point Nemo are formidable and explain why this location remains one of the most inaccessible places on Earth. Any vessel attempting to reach this coordinate would need to travel over 1,600 miles from the nearest port, crossing some of the most challenging and unpredictable waters in the world's oceans. The South Pacific waters around Point Nemo are notorious for their severe weather conditions, including massive swells, sudden storms, and winds that can reach hurricane force with little warning. These conditions make navigation extremely dangerous and require vessels equipped with the most advanced safety and communication equipment available. The logistics of mounting an expedition to Point Nemo are staggering and help explain why so few people have ever visited this location. Such an expedition would require a vessel capable of sustained operations in rough seas for weeks at a time, along with sufficient fuel, food, and fresh water to support the crew during the extended journey. Emergency rescue operations would be virtually impossible due to the extreme distance from any Coast Guard stations or emergency response facilities, meaning that any crew attempting to reach Point Nemo would be completely on their own in one of the most dangerous marine environments on Earth. The scientific value of Point Nemo extends far beyond its role as a geographical curiosity to encompass its importance as a natural laboratory for studying oceanic processes in their most pristine form. The extreme isolation of this location means that the water chemistry, marine biology, and oceanographic conditions found there are largely unaffected by human activities or terrestrial influences. This makes Point Nemo an invaluable location for establishing baseline measurements of ocean conditions that can be used to assess the impact of climate change, pollution, and other human influences on marine ecosystems. Oceanographic research conducted in the vicinity of Point Nemo has revealed fascinating insights into the behavior of ocean currents, water mass formation, and deep-sea circulation patterns. The location sits within the South Pacific Gyre, one of the largest circulation systems in the world's oceans, and the conditions found there help scientists understand how these massive current systems transport heat, nutrients, and marine organisms across vast oceanic distances. The data collected from this region contributes to global climate models and helps researchers predict how ocean circulation patterns might change in response to global warming. The role of Point Nemo in global climate systems extends beyond its local oceanographic conditions to include its function as part of the planet's heat distribution system. The vast expanse of ocean surrounding this location plays a crucial role in absorbing and redistributing solar energy, helping to moderate global temperatures and weather patterns. Changes in the temperature or circulation patterns of this region could have far-reaching effects on climate conditions around the world, making continued monitoring and research in this area essential for understanding global climate dynamics. Perhaps one of the most fascinating aspects of Point Nemo is its designation as a spacecraft cemetery by various space agencies around the world. When satellites, space stations, and other space vehicles reach the end of their operational lives, they are often deliberately crashed into the ocean at locations far from any populated areas. Point Nemo's extreme isolation makes it an ideal location for these controlled impacts, ensuring that any debris from deorbiting spacecraft poses no threat to human populations or marine traffic. Over the years, dozens of spacecraft have met their end in the waters around Point Nemo, including parts of the Russian Mir space station, various cargo vehicles, and numerous satellites. The use of Point Nemo as a spacecraft graveyard has created a unique underwater museum of space exploration history. The seafloor in this region now contains wreckage from some of humanity's most ambitious space missions, creating an archaeological record of our species' efforts to explore beyond our planet. These underwater artifacts represent a fascinating intersection between space exploration and deep-sea environments, though the extreme depth and isolation of the location means that these relics will likely remain undisturbed for centuries or millennia to come. The psychological impact of Point Nemo on the few people who have ventured near this location is profound and reflects the fundamental human need for connection to land and civilization. Sailors and researchers who have worked in the vicinity of Point Nemo report experiencing a unique form of isolation that goes beyond simple loneliness to encompass a deep awareness of their separation from the rest of humanity. The knowledge that you are further from land than anyone else on the planet creates a psychological condition that few humans have ever experienced, offering insights into how extreme isolation affects human consciousness and behavior. The navigational challenges posed by Point Nemo extend beyond the obvious difficulties of reaching such a remote location to include the complex technical requirements of maintaining accurate position keeping in the middle of the ocean. Without any visual reference points and with satellite navigation systems as the only means of determining exact location, vessels in this area must rely entirely on technology to maintain their position. The margin for error in such an environment is essentially zero, as any navigational mistakes could result in vessels becoming lost in one of the most challenging search and rescue environments on Earth. The meteorological conditions around Point Nemo are characterized by their unpredictability and extremes, reflecting the location's position in one of the most dynamic weather systems on Earth. The Southern Ocean's notorious storms regularly sweep through this region, bringing with them winds exceeding 100 miles per hour and waves that can reach heights of over 50 feet. These conditions can develop rapidly and without warning, creating situations where vessels caught in the area face life-threatening conditions with no possibility of seeking shelter or assistance. The communication challenges faced by anyone attempting to reach Point Nemo are extraordinary and highlight the true meaning of isolation in the modern world. Standard radio communications have extremely limited range in this region due to the curvature of the Earth and the absence of relay stations or repeaters. Satellite communication systems provide the only reliable means of maintaining contact with the outside world. But even these systems can be affected by weather conditions, equipment failures, or solar activity that interferes with satellite signals. The biological discoveries made in research conducted near Point Nemo have challenged scientists' understanding of life in extreme environments and provided insights into the limits of biological adaptation. The organisms found in these nutrient-poor waters have developed remarkable strategies for surviving in conditions that would be impossible for most forms of life. Some species have evolved to survive for extended periods without food, while others have developed unique metabolic processes that allow them to extract energy from chemical sources rather than traditional food webs. The impact of climate change on the conditions around Point Nemo is becoming an increasingly important area of scientific research. As global temperatures rise and weather patterns shift, the extreme isolation that has characterized this location for millennia may be altered by changes in ocean circulation, storm patterns, and marine ecosystems. Understanding these changes is crucial for predicting how climate change will affect the world's most remote oceanic regions and the unique life forms that have evolved there. The legal status of Point Nemo presents interesting questions about sovereignty and jurisdiction in international waters. The location lies far beyond the territorial waters or exclusive economic zones of any nation, placing it firmly within international waters where no single country has jurisdiction. This legal ambiguity has implications for everything from environmental protection and scientific research to law enforcement and emergency response, highlighting the challenges of governing and protecting areas that belong to no single nation. The role of Point Nemo in maritime safety and emergency response planning reflects the extreme challenges posed by its isolation. Any vessel in distress in this region would be beyond the reach of traditional search and rescue operations, requiring extraordinary measures and international cooperation to mount any effective response. The nearest Coast Guard facilities are thousands of miles away, while the harsh weather conditions and vast distances involved would make any rescue operation extremely dangerous and potentially impossible under adverse conditions. The cultural significance of Point Nemo extends beyond its geographical and scientific importance to include its role as a symbol of the unknown and unexplored regions that still exist on our planet. In an age when every corner of the Earth has been mapped and photographed from space, Point Nemo represents one of the few places that remains genuinely remote and largely unexplored. This symbolic importance has made the location a subject of fascination for adventurers, philosophers, and anyone interested in the relationship between humanity and the natural world. The future research potential of Point Nemo continues to attract scientific interest as new technologies make it increasingly possible to study remote oceanic regions. Autonomous underwater vehicles, advanced satellite monitoring systems, and improved deep-sea exploration technologies may eventually allow for more detailed study of this region without requiring the dangerous and expensive expeditions that have limited research in the past. These technological advances could unlock new insights into ocean processes, marine biology, and climate systems that would be impossible to obtain anywhere else. The educational value of Point Nemo lies not just in its scientific importance, but in its ability to help people understand the true scale and diversity of our planet. The existence of places so remote and inaccessible serves as a humbling reminder of how much of our world remains unexplored and unknown, despite our technological advances and global communications networks. Point Nemo challenges us to consider what it truly means to be isolated in an interconnected world and to appreciate the vast wilderness areas that still exist beyond human influence. Point Nemo stands as the ultimate expression of isolation on our planet, a location so remote that it exists almost outside the sphere of human experience. For virtually all of humanity, this coordinate in the vast Pacific will remain forever beyond reach, existing only as an abstract concept or a point on a map. Yet its very existence serves as a powerful reminder of the incredible diversity and scale of our planet, offering insights into ocean processes, marine biology, and the fundamental nature of isolation that cannot be found anywhere else on Earth. In our increasingly connected and explored world, Point Nemo represents one of the last true frontiers, a place where the ocean reigns supreme and human presence remains an extraordinary exception rather than the rule. Chapter 14. Paris Catacombs, the underground empire of the dead. Beneath the bustling streets of Paris, past the familiar world of cafes, museums, and tree-lined boulevards, lies one of the most extensive and macabre underground networks ever created by human hands. The Paris Catacombs represent far more than a simple tourist attraction or historical curiosity. They constitute a vast subterranean realm that holds the remains of over 6 million people and encompasses hundreds of miles of tunnels that stretch throughout the foundations of the City of Light. While small portions of this underground empire are open to public tours, the vast majority of the catacombs remain strictly forbidden to visitors, creating one of the most extensive prohibited zones hidden directly beneath one of the world's most visited cities. The origins of what would become the Paris catacombs can be traced back to Roman times, when limestone quarries were established outside the ancient city of Lutetia to provide building materials for the growing settlement. Over the course of centuries, these quarries were expanded and deepened, creating an increasingly complex network of tunnels and chambers that eventually extended beneath a significant portion of what would become modern Paris. By the 18th century, these abandoned quarries had become a serious problem for the city, as the unstable tunnels were beginning to cause dangerous subsidence and building collapses throughout Paris. The transformation of these limestone quarries into the world's largest ossuary began in the late 18th century as a response to a growing public health crisis. Paris's cemeteries had become severely overcrowded, with bodies buried in mass graves that often overflowed during heavy rains, contaminating water supplies and creating unsanitary conditions throughout the city. The situation became so dire that the French government decided to exhume millions of bodies from Parisian cemeteries and relocate them to the abandoned limestone quarries beneath the city. The process of moving millions of bodies from cemeteries to the underground quarries was a massive undertaking that required years of careful planning and execution. Beginning in 1786, teams of workers labored by candlelight to carefully exhume bodies from overcrowded cemeteries and transport them through the dark tunnels to their new resting places. The remains were not simply dumped into the tunnels, but were carefully arranged in elaborate displays that transformed the underground spaces into a haunting monument to mortality and the transience of human life. The artistic arrangements created in the Paris catacombs represent some of the most extraordinary and disturbing artistic expressions ever conceived. Human skulls and bones were arranged in intricate patterns, geometric designs, and symbolic representations that created a unique form of art, using death itself as the medium. Walls were constructed entirely from human femurs and skulls, while artistic installations used thousands of remains to create crosses, hearts, and other religious and symbolic imagery. These arrangements were not created haphazardly, but were carefully planned and executed by artists and craftsmen who transformed the grim necessity of mass burial into something approaching dark beauty. The scale of the Paris catacombs is difficult to comprehend for those who have only experienced the small public tour areas. The tourist route covers only a tiny fraction of the total underground network, representing perhaps less than 1% of the total tunnel system. The complete catacomb network extends for hundreds of miles beneath Paris, with multiple levels of tunnels, chambers, and galleries that create a three-dimensional maze of staggering complexity. Much of this network remains unmapped and unexplored, creating vast underground territories that exist like a shadow city beneath the streets of Paris. The prohibited areas of the Paris catacombs are far more extensive and dangerous than the public areas, encompassing tunnel systems that have been closed off due to structural instability, areas that contain sensitive historical or archaeological remains, and sections that are simply too dangerous for public access. These forbidden zones include tunnels that are prone to collapse, areas where toxic gases can accumulate, and chambers that contain remains from specific historical periods or social groups that require special protection and preservation. The network of unauthorized entrances to the Paris catacombs has created a thriving subculture of urban explorers, known locally as cataphiles, who risk serious legal and physical consequences to explore the forbidden areas of the underground network. These explorers have mapped extensive portions of the restricted areas, discovering hidden chambers, forgotten ossuaries, and tunnel systems that have been lost to official records for centuries. However, their activities are strictly illegal and extremely dangerous, as the unauthorized areas lack safety measures and are prone to sudden collapses, flooding, and other hazards. The security measures protecting the restricted areas of the Paris catacombs are extensive and sophisticated, reflecting both the need to preserve this unique historical site and the very real safety hazards posed by unauthorized exploration. The official entrance to the catacombs is heavily monitored and controlled, while known unauthorized entrances are regularly sealed and patrolled. However, the vast extent of the tunnel network makes it virtually impossible to completely prevent illegal access, and new entrances are regularly discovered by both explorers and authorities. The preservation challenges facing the Paris catacombs are enormous and constantly evolving. The limestone structure of the tunnels is naturally unstable and prone to erosion and collapse, while the presence of millions of human remains creates unique conservation requirements. Temperature and humidity must be carefully controlled to prevent deterioration of both the structural elements and the human remains, while the constant pressure from urban development above ground creates ongoing threats to the stability of the underground structures. The archaeological value of the Paris catacombs extends far beyond their role as an ossuary to encompass their importance as a repository of Parisian history spanning over 2 millennia. The tunnel systems contain evidence of Roman quarrying operations, medieval mining activities, and centuries of urban development above ground. Artifacts, inscriptions, and structural remains found throughout the catacombs provide invaluable insights into the history of Paris and the evolution of burial practices, urban planning, and social customs over many centuries. The scientific research conducted in the Paris catacombs has yielded fascinating insights into historical demographics, disease patterns, and social structures of past Parisian populations. Analysis of the remains has provided evidence about nutrition, health, and living conditions in different historical periods, while studies of bone pathology have revealed information about diseases and medical practices that existed centuries ago. This research has contributed to our understanding of urban population dynamics and public health challenges that existed long before modern medical science. The environmental conditions within the Paris catacombs create a unique ecosystem that has attracted biological research interest. The constant temperature and humidity, combined with the absence of sunlight and the presence of decomposing organic matter, have created conditions that support specialized microbial communities and other organisms adapted to these extreme underground environments. These organisms play important roles in the decomposition and preservation processes that affect the human remains and could have applications in biotechnology and medical research. The legal framework governing access to the Paris catacombs is complex and involves multiple levels of French law and municipal regulations. The site is protected as a historical monument, while specific areas may be covered by additional archaeological or environmental protections. Unauthorized access to restricted areas is a criminal offense that can result in significant fines and imprisonment, while damage to the remains or structures can result in even more severe penalties. These legal protections reflect both the historical importance of the site and the serious safety hazards posed by unauthorized exploration. The cultural impact of the Paris catacombs extends far beyond their immediate historical significance to encompass their role in literature, art, and popular culture. The catacombs have inspired countless works of fiction, from Gothic novels to modern horror films, while artists and photographers have found in them a unique setting for exploring themes of mortality, beauty, and the relationship between life and death. This cultural significance has made the catacombs a destination for visitors from around the world, while also contributing to the mystique and legends that surround the prohibited areas. The maintenance and operation of the public areas of the Paris catacombs require constant vigilance and specialized expertise. The tour routes must be regularly inspected for structural stability, while the environmental conditions must be carefully monitored to ensure both visitor safety and preservation of the remains. The lighting, ventilation, and access systems require ongoing maintenance that must be performed by workers who are trained to operate safely in this unique and challenging environment. The psychological impact of the Paris catacombs on visitors and workers is profound and reflects the fundamental human response to confronting mortality on such a massive scale. Many visitors report experiencing strong emotional reactions to the sight of millions of human remains arranged in artistic displays, while workers who spend extended periods in the catacombs must develop coping mechanisms for dealing with the constant presence of death. These psychological effects have been studied by researchers interested in how humans respond to extreme confrontations with mortality. The underground climate of the Paris catacombs creates conditions that are both beneficial for preservation and challenging for human visitors. The constant temperature of approximately 57 degrees Fahrenheit helps preserve the bone remains while creating an environment that can be uncomfortably cool for extended visits. The high humidity levels help prevent the bones from becoming brittle and cracking, but also create conditions that can be challenging for people with respiratory conditions or other health concerns. The engineering challenges involved in maintaining the structural integrity of the Paris catacombs are ongoing and require constant attention from specialists in underground construction and historic preservation. The limestone bedrock is naturally unstable and prone to erosion, while the weight of the modern city above creates ongoing pressure on the tunnel structures. Regular surveys and monitoring are required to identify areas at risk of collapse, while remedial work must be carefully planned to avoid damaging the historical remains or artistic arrangements. The relationship between the Paris catacombs and the city's infrastructure above ground is complex and requires careful coordination between various municipal agencies. The tunnel network passes beneath roads, buildings, and utilities that must be carefully monitored for any signs of subsidence or structural problems. New construction projects in areas above the catacombs require special engineering studies and precautions to ensure that they do not destabilize the underground structures or create new safety hazards. The educational programs associated with the Paris catacombs serve multiple purposes, from providing historical education about Parisian burial practices to offering insights into urban planning, public health, and historical demographics. School groups, researchers, and other educational visitors can learn about the social and practical factors that led to the creation of the catacombs, while also gaining appreciation for the artistic and cultural significance of this unique site. These educational programs help ensure that future generations understand and appreciate the historical importance of the catacombs. The technological advances in mapping and documentation have revolutionized the study and management of the Paris catacombs in recent years. Three-dimensional scanning technology has allowed researchers to create detailed maps of previously unknown areas, while ground-penetrating radar and other sensing technologies have helped identify structural weaknesses and hidden chambers. These technological tools have improved both the safety and the scientific value of catacomb research while also enhancing the ability to protect and preserve this unique site. The international significance of the Paris catacombs extends beyond their local historical importance to encompass their role as one of the world's most significant examples of underground urban development and mass burial practices. Researchers and urban planners from around the world study the catacombs to understand how cities can develop and utilize underground spaces, while historians and anthropologists use the site to examine historical approaches to death, burial, and urban public health challenges. The future of the Paris catacombs depends on ongoing efforts to balance public access and education with the need to preserve this unique site for future generations. Climate change, urban development pressures, and increasing tourism all create new challenges for catacomb management, while advances in preservation technology and scientific research offer new opportunities for understanding and protecting this remarkable underground realm. The decisions made today about how to manage and protect the catacombs will determine whether future generations will be able to experience and learn from this extraordinary monument to human mortality and artistic achievement. The Paris catacombs stand as one of the most remarkable examples of how human necessity can be transformed into art, history, and cultural significance. While millions of visitors each year experience the carefully managed public areas, the vast majority of this underground empire remains hidden and forbidden, existing as a shadow city beneath one of the world's great metropolises. For most people, the true extent and complexity of the catacombs will remain forever beyond reach, accessible only through the accounts of researchers, urban explorers, and the few officials who work to preserve and protect this unique underground heritage. Yet the very existence of this vast necropolis beneath the streets of Paris serves as a powerful reminder of the layers of history that exist beneath our feet and the complex relationships between the living and the dead that have shaped human civilization throughout history. Chapter 15. Machu Picchu, the Unconquered Giant. Rising from the remote reaches of the Karakoram Range in northern Pakistan stands one of the most formidable and unconquered peaks on Earth. Machu Picchu, reaching an elevation of 24,453 feet above sea level, represents one of the highest unclimbed mountains in the world, and perhaps the most technically challenging peak that has yet to be successfully ascended by human climbers. This massive mountain, whose name translates roughly to Sacred Peak in the local Balti language, has earned a reputation among the international mountaineering community as an almost impossible objective, a peak that has defeated every expedition that has attempted to reach its summit and claim the lives of some of the world's most experienced high-altitude climbers. The geographical isolation of Machu Picchu contributes significantly to both its pristine condition and its inaccessibility to climbing expeditions. Located in the Hispar Mustag subrange of the Karakoram Mountains, the peak sits in one of the most remote and politically sensitive regions on Earth, near the disputed borders between Pakistan, India, and China. The mountain is surrounded by a complex network of glaciers, ice fields, and other towering peaks that create natural barriers to access while also contributing to the extreme weather conditions that make climbing attempts extraordinarily dangerous. The technical challenges presented by Machu Picchu are unlike those found on most other major peaks around the world. The mountain's profile consists of multiple steep ridges, vertical rock faces, and unstable ice formations that require the highest levels of technical climbing skill, combined with the physical endurance necessary for high-altitude mountaineering. The routes to the summit involve extended periods of climbing on near-vertical ice and rock faces at altitudes where oxygen levels are less than half those found at sea level, creating conditions that push human physiological capabilities to their absolute limits. The weather conditions on Machu Picchu are among the most severe and unpredictable found anywhere in the world's major mountain ranges. The peak's location in the heart of the Karakoram Range places it at the center of multiple weather systems that can create sudden and violent storms with little warning. Temperatures can drop to -40 degrees Fahrenheit or lower, while winds regularly exceed 100 miles per hour, creating wind chill factors that can cause frostbite within minutes of exposure. The combination of extreme cold, high winds, and sudden weather changes has been responsible for many of the fatalities that have occurred during climbing attempts on the mountain. The avalanche and serac fall dangers on Machu Picchu are constant and largely unpredictable, representing some of the most serious objective hazards faced by mountaineers anywhere in the world. The mountain's steep faces and unstable snow and ice formations create conditions where massive avalanches can occur without warning, while hanging glaciers and ice formations called seracs can collapse suddenly, sending tons of ice and debris down the mountain at tremendous speeds. These hazards cannot be eliminated through careful route planning or timing, making every climbing attempt a gamble with forces far beyond human control. The logistical challenges of mounting an expedition to Machu Picchu begin long before climbers even reach the mountain itself. The approach to the mountain requires weeks of trekking through some of the most remote and difficult terrain in the Karakoram Range, crossing dangerous glacier systems and navigating through areas where the risk of rockfall, crevasse falls, and altitude sickness are constant concerns. All equipment and supplies must be carried or transported by porters across terrain that would challenge even experienced mountaineers, making the approach phase of any expedition an expensive and dangerous undertaking in itself. The political and security situation in the region surrounding Machu Picchu adds another layer of complexity and danger to any climbing expedition. The area is subject to ongoing tensions between Pakistan, India, and China over territorial disputes, while the remote location makes it difficult for authorities to provide security or emergency assistance to climbing teams. Military activities in the region can restrict access to certain areas without warning, while the presence of armed groups and the general instability of the region create security risks that must be carefully considered by any expedition planning. The permit and authorization processes required for climbing Machu Picchu are complex and often unpredictable, involving multiple levels of Pakistani government agencies and military authorities. Climbing permits can be delayed or denied for political reasons, weather conditions, or security concerns that may not be apparent to expedition organizers. The cost of obtaining proper permits and authorizations can exceed tens of thousands of dollars, while the bureaucratic processes involved can take months or even years to complete. The history of climbing attempts on Machu Picchu is marked by failure, retreat, and tragedy that has contributed to the mountain's reputation as one of the most dangerous objectives in high-altitude mountaineering. Multiple international expeditions have attempted to climb the peak over the years, but none have succeeded in reaching the summit. Many of these attempts have ended in retreat due to weather conditions, technical difficulties, or equipment failures, while several have resulted in serious injuries or fatalities that have reinforced the mountain's reputation as an extremely dangerous climbing objective. The technical equipment requirements for a serious climbing attempt on Machu Picchu are extensive and specialized, requiring gear that can function reliably under the most extreme conditions imaginable. Climbing equipment must be capable of withstanding temperatures far below zero while also being light enough to be carried at high altitude for extended periods. Communication equipment must be able to function in conditions where conventional radio systems often fail, while emergency medical supplies must be comprehensive enough to deal with serious injuries in situations where evacuation may be impossible for days or weeks. The physiological demands of climbing at the altitude of Machu Picchu place extreme stress on the human body that few people are capable of withstanding. At elevations above 24,000 feet, the human body begins to deteriorate rapidly due to the lack of oxygen, creating a condition known as the death zone, where long-term survival becomes impossible. Climbers attempting to reach the summit of Machu Picchu must acclimatize gradually over a period of weeks, while also maintaining the physical fitness necessary for extremely technical climbing under conditions that would be challenging even at sea level. The route-finding challenges on Machu Picchu are complicated by the mountain's complex topography and the constantly changing conditions created by weather, avalanches, and ice movement. Traditional climbing routes that might be viable under certain conditions can become impassable within hours due to changes in ice conditions, snowfall, or avalanche activity. Climbers must be prepared to modify their routes constantly while also maintaining progress toward the summit under conditions where retreat may become impossible due to deteriorating weather or other hazards. The emergency response and rescue capabilities in the region around Machu Picchu are extremely limited, making any climbing attempt a largely self-reliant endeavor. Helicopter rescues are often impossible due to the extreme altitude, weather conditions, and political sensitivities of the region, while ground-based rescue operations would require days or weeks to organize and execute. Climbing teams must be prepared to handle serious medical emergencies entirely on their own, including situations where team members may need to be evacuated from high-altitude positions under dangerous conditions. The environmental impact of climbing expeditions on Machu Picchu is a growing concern as awareness increases about the ecological sensitivity of high-altitude environments. The pristine nature of the mountain and its surrounding ecosystem makes it particularly vulnerable to human impact, while the difficulty of removing waste and equipment from high-altitude positions can result in long-lasting environmental damage. Expeditions must carefully plan for waste management and environmental protection while also dealing with the practical challenges of operating in such an extreme environment. The cultural significance of Machu Picchu extends beyond its role as a climbing objective to encompass its importance to local communities and religious traditions. The mountain is considered sacred by local populations, who view climbing attempts as potentially disrespectful to spiritual beliefs and traditional customs. These cultural considerations add another dimension to expedition planning and highlight the importance of obtaining not just official permits, but also the understanding and support of local communities. The research value of Machu Picchu and its surrounding environment includes opportunities to study high-altitude physiology, extreme weather systems, and the behavior of ice and snow under some of the most severe conditions found anywhere on Earth. However, the extreme difficulty and danger of reaching high elevations on the mountain have limited scientific research opportunities, making it one of the least studied major peaks in the world. Future research efforts will likely depend on advances in remote sensing technology and high-altitude equipment that could allow for scientific studies without requiring human presence at dangerous elevations. The psychological challenges faced by climbers attempting Machu Picchu include not only the stress of dealing with extreme physical danger, but also the mental demands of operating under conditions of constant uncertainty and threat. The knowledge that rescue is likely impossible in the event of serious problems creates psychological pressure that can affect decision-making and performance under conditions where mental clarity is essential for survival. Many experienced climbers report that the psychological demands of attempting peaks like Machu Picchu are as challenging as the physical and technical requirements. The impact of climate change on Machu Picchu and similar peaks in the Karakoram range is becoming an increasingly important factor in climbing conditions and safety. Changes in temperature and precipitation patterns are affecting ice and snow stability, while alterations to weather patterns may be making conditions even more unpredictable and dangerous than they have been historically. These changes could potentially make climbing attempts even more dangerous, while also affecting the long-term stability of climbing routes and the mountain's overall condition. The international mountaineering community's relationship with Machu Picchu reflects broader debates about the ethics and motivations of extreme high-altitude climbing. Some argue that attempting to climb such dangerous peaks represents an unjustifiable risk that endangers not only the climbers themselves, but also any rescue personnel who might be called upon to assist them. Others contend that pushing the boundaries of human achievement in challenging environments like Machu Picchu represents an important aspect of human exploration and self-discovery that justifies the risks involved. The technological advances in climbing equipment and techniques continue to evolve in ways that might eventually make a successful ascent of Machu Picchu possible. Improvements in lightweight climbing gear, better weather forecasting, and advances in high-altitude medicine could potentially provide future expeditions with capabilities that were not available to previous climbing attempts. However, the fundamental challenges posed by the mountain's extreme conditions and objective hazards are likely to remain formidable, regardless of technological advances. The economic costs associated with mounting a serious expedition to Machu Picchu are staggering and often prohibitive for all but the most well-funded climbing teams. Costs can easily exceed $100,000 for a single expedition, including permits, equipment, transportation, porter fees, and insurance. These financial requirements limit climbing attempts to a small number of well-funded professional expeditions or climbers with significant personal resources. As our extraordinary journey through 20 of Earth's most mysterious and inaccessible places comes to an end, we find ourselves confronting a fundamental paradox of human nature. The very fact that these locations remain forbidden and unreachable is precisely what makes them so compelling to our imagination. From the volcanic fury of Mount Michael's lava lake to the sterile corridors of the Svalbard Seed Vault, from the deadly paradise of Snake Island to the subterranean empire beneath Paris, we have explored places that exist at the very edges of human experience, locations where the normal rules of accessibility and exploration simply do not apply. What emerges from this exploration is a deeper understanding of how mystery and inaccessibility function as fundamental drivers of human curiosity and fascination. Each of these 20 locations possesses characteristics that would make them remarkable, even if they were easily accessible to visitors. Yet their forbidden nature adds layers of intrigue and significance that transform them from mere geographical features into symbols of the unknown and unknowable aspects of our world. The isolation of Bouvet Island would be impressive under any circumstances, but its complete inaccessibility creates an aura of mystery that captures the imagination in ways that no accessible location could match. Similarly, the deadly beauty of the Danakil acid pools would be scientifically fascinating regardless of their danger, but the knowledge that approaching them means almost certain death adds a dimension of dark fascination that accessible natural wonders cannot provide. The psychological appeal of forbidden places taps into some of the most fundamental aspects of human psychology, reflecting our species' deep-seated desire to explore, discover, and push beyond established boundaries. Throughout human history, the most celebrated explorers and adventurers have been those who ventured into unknown territories, faced impossible odds, and succeeded in reaching places that others deemed unreachable. The forbidden locations we have explored represent the modern equivalent of these historical frontiers, places where the barriers to access are so formidable that they challenge not just individual courage and capability, but the very limits of human technology and ingenuity. Yet, as we have seen throughout our journey, the reasons these places remain inaccessible are as varied and complex as the locations themselves. Some, like the Javari Valley and its uncontacted tribes, are protected by deliberate human choice, representing a recognition that certain places and peoples have the right to remain separate from the broader world. Others, like the Kola Super Deep Borehole or Mount Weather, are restricted due to security concerns or the sensitive nature of the activities conducted there. Still others, like Machu Picchu or the deep reaches of the Yucatan cenotes, remain inaccessible simply because the technical challenges and physical dangers involved exceed current human capabilities. The diversity of these barriers to access reflects the complex relationship between human ambition and the various forces that can limit or prevent human exploration. Natural barriers, from extreme weather and toxic environments to geographical isolation and biological hazards, continue to create no-go zones on our planet, despite centuries of technological advancement. Political and military considerations establish forbidden zones where human activities are restricted for reasons of national security, diplomatic sensitivity, or international law. Cultural and ethical factors create restrictions based on respect for indigenous rights, religious beliefs, or archaeological preservation. Scientific and conservation concerns establish protected areas where human access is limited to preserve unique ecosystems, endangered species, or irreplaceable research environments. The existence of these various types of barriers suggests that the concept of forbidden places is likely to persist regardless of technological advances or changing political circumstances. While future developments in transportation, communication, and safety equipment may eventually make some currently inaccessible locations reachable, new barriers and restrictions are likely to emerge as human understanding of environmental, cultural, and security issues continues to evolve. The fundamental tension between human curiosity and the various forces that limit exploration appears to be a permanent feature of our relationship with the world around us. This brings us to one of the most intriguing questions raised by our exploration. What would happen if these forbidden places suddenly became accessible to ordinary visitors? The answer to this question varies dramatically depending on the specific location and the reasons for its current inaccessibility. But in most cases, the results would likely be profoundly disappointing to those who have been captivated by their mystery and forbidden nature. Consider, for example, what might happen if Snake Island's deadly serpent population were somehow neutralized, making the island safe for tourist visits. The removal of the very danger that makes the island so fascinating would likely transform it from a place of dark legend into just another small Brazilian island with interesting wildlife. The knowledge that thousands of people could now safely walk where previously only the most prepared researchers dared to venture would fundamentally alter our perception of the place, stripping away the aura of danger and inaccessibility that makes it so compelling to our imagination. Similarly, if the restricted areas of the Paris catacombs were suddenly open to unrestricted public access, the result would likely be the rapid degradation of both the physical structures and the atmospheric qualities that make these underground spaces so haunting and mysterious. The millions of human remains that create such a powerful confrontation with mortality would become just another tourist attraction, photographed and commodified until they lost their ability to inspire the deep psychological responses that currently make the catacombs such a profound experience for the few who are permitted to explore them. The case of Hashima Island provides a real-world example of how accessibility can transform our relationship with previously forbidden places. When limited public access was finally permitted to this abandoned industrial island in 2009, the result was both enlightening and somewhat diminishing. While visitors gained valuable insights into the island's remarkable history and could finally see for themselves the dramatic evidence of its rapid abandonment, the transformation from completely forbidden zone to controlled tourist destination inevitably reduced some of the mystery and romantic tragedy that had surrounded the island during its decades of complete isolation. Perhaps even more troubling is the question of what might happen if the various security-related forbidden zones we have explored were to lose their protected status. The revelation of the true activities conducted at facilities like Mount Weather or Room 39 would likely prove far less dramatic and mysterious than the speculation and conspiracy theories that currently surround them. The reality of government operations, no matter how sensitive or classified, rarely matches the dramatic scenarios imagined by those who are denied access to accurate information about such facilities. The environmental consequences of making currently inaccessible places available to mass tourism or unrestricted access would likely be catastrophic in many cases. The pristine ecosystems of places like Devon Island or Point Nemo exist precisely because they have remained largely untouched by human activity. Opening these environments to significant human presence would inevitably alter or destroy the very characteristics that make them scientifically valuable and naturally remarkable. The unique species that have evolved in isolation on various remote islands and in extreme environments would face extinction or genetic contamination from introduced species, while the geological and climatological conditions that make certain locations valuable for research would be altered by human infrastructure and activity. Chapter 16, Centralia, the town that burns forever. As we continue our exploration of Earth's most forbidden and mysterious places, we encounter a location that stands apart from all others in its tragic uniqueness and ongoing danger. In the rolling hills of central Pennsylvania, where autumn leaves once painted the landscape in brilliant colors and families gathered for generations in a close-knit mining community, lies one of the most haunting examples of how human error can transform a peaceful town into a living hell. Centralia, Pennsylvania has been burning continuously since 1962, when what should have been a routine trash fire ignited an underground coal seam that has been smoldering ever since, creating a subterranean inferno that may continue to burn for another 2.5 centuries. This small town, which once boasted a population of over 2,000 residents and served as the heart of Pennsylvania's anthracite coal mining region, has become one of the most dangerous and inaccessible places in North America. The underground fire that consumes Centralia from below has transformed what was once a thriving community into a toxic wasteland, where the very ground beneath your feet can collapse without warning, where deadly gases seep from cracks in the earth, and where surface temperatures can reach levels that would cause severe burns within seconds of contact. The story of Centralia's transformation from a vibrant mining town to a burning ghost town begins with the rich deposits of anthracite coal that drew settlers to this region of Pennsylvania in the early 19th century. Anthracite, often called hard coal due to its high carbon content and low impurity levels, was considered the premium heating fuel of its era. The coal seams beneath Centralia were part of a vast underground network that extended throughout eastern Pennsylvania, creating the foundation for an industry that would sustain communities like Centralia for over a century. Founded in 1866, Centralia quickly grew into a bustling mining town that embodied the American dream of prosperity through hard work and community cooperation. The town's streets were lined with modest but well-maintained homes, while local businesses thrived by serving the needs of mining families who had found steady work and economic security in the coal industry. Churches, schools, and community organizations formed the social fabric of a town where everyone knew their neighbors and families often lived in the same community for multiple generations. The mining operations that sustained Centralia for nearly a century involved both deep shaft mining and strip mining techniques that extracted coal from the extensive seam network beneath the town. These mining activities created an intricate network of tunnels, shafts, and abandoned workings that honeycombed the subsurface throughout the region. While these mining operations provided employment and prosperity for the community, they also created the conditions that would eventually lead to the town's destruction. By the 1960s, the anthracite coal industry in Pennsylvania was in decline as heating oil, natural gas, and other energy sources began to replace coal for residential and commercial heating. Many of the deep mines around Centralia had been abandoned, leaving behind a complex network of underground voids filled with air and residual coal deposits. The economic pressures facing the community led to cost-cutting measures in municipal services, including waste management practices that would prove to have catastrophic consequences. The fire that would ultimately destroy Centralia began on May 27, 1962, when town officials decided to clean up the municipal dump in preparation for the upcoming Memorial Day parade. The dump was located in an abandoned strip mine on the outskirts of town, and the standard practice for clearing such sites involved burning the accumulated trash and debris. What town officials did not realize was that this particular dump was located directly above an exposed coal seam that connected to the vast network of abandoned mine workings beneath Centralia. The trash fire, which was intended to burn for just a few hours before being extinguished, ignited the exposed coal seam and began spreading through the underground mine network with devastating efficiency. Initial attempts to extinguish the fire proved futile, as the flames had already penetrated deep into the abandoned mine workings, where they were protected from surface firefighting efforts. The underground fire began to spread through the coal seam network, following the paths of least resistance through abandoned tunnels and natural fractures in the coal deposits. The early signs of the underground fire were subtle and easy to dismiss as minor inconveniences rather than harbingers of disaster. Residents noticed that snow melted unusually quickly in certain areas of town, while some complained of basement walls becoming warm to the touch. Small amounts of smoke were occasionally visible rising from cracks in the ground, but these phenomena were often attributed to natural geological processes or residual effects from past mining activities rather than evidence of a growing underground inferno. As the fire continued to spread through the abandoned mine workings, the symptoms of the underground disaster became increasingly difficult to ignore. Surface temperatures in affected areas began to rise dramatically, with ground temperatures reaching levels that could cause severe burns. Toxic gases, including carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen sulfide, began seeping through cracks in the ground and entering buildings through basement walls and foundation cracks. These gases posed immediate threats to human health and safety, while also creating the potential for explosions if they accumulated in confined spaces. The underground fire's progression followed the complex network of coal seams and abandoned mine workings, creating a three-dimensional pattern of destruction that was difficult to predict or map accurately. The fire moved both horizontally and vertically through the coal deposits, sometimes jumping across geological barriers or following unexpected pathways through the subsurface. This unpredictable pattern of spread made it extremely difficult for authorities to determine which areas of the town were safe and which were in immediate danger from the advancing flames. One of the most dramatic and terrifying manifestations of the underground fire was the occurrence of sudden ground collapses that could swallow vehicles, buildings, or people without warning. As the fire consumed coal deposits and support structures in the abandoned mines, it created voids in the subsurface that eventually caused the overlying soil and rock to collapse. These sinkholes appeared with no advance warning and could reach depths of several hundred feet, creating deadly traps that made walking or driving through affected areas extremely dangerous. The toxic gas emissions from the underground fire posed perhaps the greatest immediate threat to human health and safety in Centralia. Carbon monoxide, a colorless and odorless gas produced by the incomplete combustion of coal, could accumulate to lethal concentrations in buildings and low-lying areas where it posed an immediate threat to anyone who inhaled it. Carbon dioxide emissions could displace oxygen in confined spaces, creating suffocation hazards, while hydrogen sulfide produced the characteristic rotten egg smell that became associated with the worst affected areas of town. The health impacts on Centralia residents became apparent within a few years of the fire's start, as increasing numbers of people reported respiratory problems, headaches, nausea, and other symptoms associated with chronic exposure to toxic gases. Children and elderly residents were particularly vulnerable to these health effects, while people with pre-existing respiratory conditions found their symptoms dramatically worsened by the contaminated air. The constant stress of living with the uncertainty and danger created additional psychological health impacts that affected the entire community. Government response to the Centralia fire was initially inadequate and often counterproductive, reflecting both the unprecedented nature of the disaster and the complex bureaucratic challenges involved in addressing a problem that crossed multiple jurisdictional boundaries. Early firefighting efforts focused on surface symptoms rather than the underground source of the fire, while attempts to seal mine openings and gas emissions often simply redirected the fire to new areas rather than extinguishing it. The cost of truly effective firefighting measures was estimated to be in the tens of millions of dollars, an amount that seemed prohibitive for addressing what officials initially hoped might be a temporary problem. The turning point in the Centralia crisis came in 1981 when 12-year-old Todd Domboski fell into a sinkhole that suddenly opened beneath his feet while he was playing in his grandmother's backyard. The sinkhole, which was over 150 feet deep and filled with toxic gases at temperatures approaching 200 degrees Fahrenheit, would have been immediately fatal if Todd had not been quickly rescued by his cousin. This near-fatal incident finally forced government officials to acknowledge that the situation in Centralia posed an unacceptable risk to human life and that immediate action was necessary to protect the remaining residents. The federal government's response to the Centralia crisis ultimately involved the largest residential relocation program in American history outside of wartime. Congress allocated $42 million to purchase and demolish homes in the affected area, offering residents the opportunity to relocate to safer communities with government assistance. The relocation program was voluntary initially, but as conditions continued to deteriorate, it became clear that evacuation was the only viable option for ensuring resident safety. The process of evacuating Centralia was emotionally devastating for residents who had lived in the community for generations and had deep emotional attachments to their homes, neighborhoods, and local institutions. Many families had owned their homes for decades and had invested their life savings in property that suddenly became worthless due to the underground fire. The social fabric of the community was torn apart as families and friends were scattered to different locations, while local businesses and institutions that had served the community for generations were forced to close permanently. The demolition of evacuated homes and buildings in Centralia created an increasingly surreal and post-apocalyptic landscape as the town gradually disappeared building by building. Streets that had once been lined with family homes and local businesses became empty expanses of cracked pavement, marked only by foundation remnants and the occasional utility pole. The few remaining occupied buildings stood like isolated outposts in a wasteland, surrounded by the toxic ground and visible evidence of the continuing underground fire. Despite the massive federal relocation effort, a small number of Centralia residents refused to leave their homes and continued to live in the town despite the obvious dangers and official condemnation of their properties. These holdout residents, numbering fewer than 10 people at the height of the crisis and now reduced to just a handful, represent some of the most determined and stubborn individuals ever to face government pressure to relocate. Their decision to remain in Centralia despite the risks reflects deep emotional attachments to place and property that transcend rational considerations of safety and health. The current status of Centralia as an officially condemned and largely abandoned town has created a unique legal and administrative situation that highlights the complex challenges involved in managing areas affected by long-term environmental disasters. The town's zip code was officially revoked by the U.S. Postal Service, while most municipal services have been discontinued due to the lack of residents and the unsafe conditions. However, the few remaining residents continue to live in a legal limbo where their property rights are disputed and their access to basic services is uncertain. The underground fire that continues to burn beneath Centralia shows no signs of abating and may continue for several more centuries before the available coal deposits are exhausted. Current estimates suggest that the fire could burn for another 250 years or more, making Centralia a long-term environmental disaster that will outlive multiple generations of people who might otherwise have lived in the area. The fire continues to spread slowly through the remaining coal seams, though its progression has been somewhat contained by natural geological barriers and the exhaustion of easily accessible fuel sources. The scientific study of the Centralia fire has provided valuable insights into underground combustion processes and the long-term environmental effects of coal seam fires. Researchers have used the site as a natural laboratory for studying how underground fires behave, how toxic gases migrate through soil and rock, and how such fires affect local ecosystems and air quality. The data collected from Centralia has been used to improve firefighting techniques and prevention strategies for similar incidents around the world. The environmental monitoring conducted in and around Centralia has revealed the complex and far-reaching effects of the underground fire on local air and soil quality. Gas emissions from the fire include not only the immediately dangerous carbon monoxide and hydrogen sulfide, but also a variety of other compounds that can have long-term health and environmental effects. Soil temperatures in affected areas remain elevated decades after the fire began, while the chemistry of local groundwater has been altered by the ongoing combustion processes. The impact of the Centralia fire on local wildlife and ecosystems has been both devastating and surprisingly complex. While most large animals have abandoned the area due to the toxic conditions and lack of suitable habitat, some specialized organisms have found ways to thrive in the unusual environment created by the underground fire. Certain heat-tolerant plants have colonized areas where soil temperatures would normally prevent vegetation growth, while some microorganisms have adapted to the unique chemical conditions created by the ongoing combustion. The broader implications of the Centralia disaster for coal mining communities and environmental policy have been significant and long-lasting. The incident highlighted the potential long-term environmental costs of coal mining and the inadequacy of existing regulations and oversight mechanisms for addressing such disasters. The enormous cost of the federal response to Centralia has influenced policy discussions about environmental liability and the responsibility of government agencies to address industrial disasters that threaten public health and safety. The security and access restrictions currently in place around Centralia reflect both the continuing dangers posed by the underground fire and the desire to prevent unauthorized intrusion into the area. Official access to the town is restricted to authorized personnel conducting research or monitoring activities, while trespassing laws are strictly enforced to prevent curiosity seekers and urban explorers from entering dangerous areas. However, the large size of the affected area and the limited resources available for enforcement make it difficult to completely prevent unauthorized access. The cultural impact of the Centralia disaster has extended far beyond the immediate community to influence literature, film, and popular culture representations of environmental disaster and government response to crisis situations. The town has become a symbol of the potential consequences of environmental negligence and has inspired numerous fictional works that explore themes of abandonment, environmental destruction, and the relationship between human communities and the natural environment. The eerie landscape of abandoned streets and smoking ground has attracted photographers, filmmakers, and artists who see in Centralia a powerful visual representation of environmental catastrophe. The psychological impact of the Centralia disaster on former residents has been profound and long-lasting, affecting not only those who lived through the evacuation, but also their children and grandchildren who lost connections to ancestral homes and community roots. Many former residents report experiencing grief similar to that associated with the death of a loved one, as they mourned the loss of their community and the destruction of places that held deep personal and family significance. The scattered nature of the relocation process made it difficult for former residents to maintain the social connections that had been central to their community identity. The economic lessons of the Centralia disaster highlight the enormous costs associated with environmental disasters and the importance of prevention and early intervention in addressing such problems. The $42 million spent on relocation represents only a fraction of the total economic impact of the disaster, which includes lost property values, disrupted businesses, healthcare costs, and the ongoing expenses associated with monitoring and managing the site. These costs demonstrate the false economy of delaying action on environmental problems and the importance of investing in prevention and early intervention strategies. The technological challenges involved in fighting underground coal fires like the one in Centralia continue to challenge engineers and firefighting experts around the world. Traditional firefighting methods are largely ineffective against underground fires, while more aggressive techniques such as excavation or flooding can be prohibitively expensive and may cause additional environmental damage. The Centralia fire has contributed to the development of new monitoring technologies and firefighting techniques that may be applicable to similar situations in other locations. The international significance of the Centralia disaster extends beyond its immediate local impact to include its role as a case study in environmental disaster response and community resilience. Environmental scientists, policy experts, and emergency management professionals from around the world have studied the Centralia experience to better understand how communities and governments can prepare for and respond to similar long-term environmental crises. The lessons learned from Centralia have influenced policy development and emergency planning in numerous countries facing similar risks from coal mining or other extractive industries. The ongoing legal and administrative challenges associated with managing the Centralia site reflect the complex intersection of property rights, environmental law, and government authority in addressing long-term environmental disasters. The few remaining residents who refuse to relocate have engaged in lengthy legal battles with government agencies over property rights and compensation, while questions remain about long-term liability for environmental monitoring and site management. These legal issues have implications for how similar situations might be handled in the future. The tourism potential of the Centralia site has created additional management challenges as increasing numbers of people have sought to visit the area despite official restrictions and safety concerns. The dramatic visual evidence of the underground fire, combined with the town's reputation as a real-life silent hill, has attracted visitors who are drawn to the apocalyptic landscape and the opportunity to witness an ongoing environmental disaster firsthand. However, these visits pose safety risk to the visitors themselves and can interfere with ongoing monitoring and research activities. The future of Centralia remains uncertain as the underground fire continues to burn, and the few remaining residents age and face increasing health and safety challenges. Government agencies continue to monitor the site and provide limited services to the remaining residents, but questions remain about what will happen as the fire continues to spread and as the remaining infrastructure continues to deteriorate. The eventual exhaustion of the coal deposits will presumably end the fire, But this process may take centuries and will leave behind a permanently altered landscape. The lessons of Centralia extend far beyond the specific circumstances of this single disaster to encompass broader questions about environmental stewardship, community resilience, and the long-term consequences of industrial activities. The town's transformation from a thriving community to a burning wasteland serves as a powerful reminder of how quickly and completely environmental disasters can alter human landscapes and destroy communities that took generations to build. The ongoing nature of the disaster, with its potential to continue for centuries, highlights the importance of considering long-term environmental impacts in policy and planning decisions. The story of Centralia stands as one of the most tragic examples of how human error and environmental negligence can create disasters that outlast the lifetimes of those responsible for causing them. For most people, this burning town will remain forever inaccessible, existing only in photographs, documentaries, and the accounts of researchers brave enough to venture into its toxic landscape. Yet its very existence serves as a powerful reminder of the potential consequences of environmental carelessness and the importance of learning from disasters to prevent similar tragedies in the future. In a world facing increasing environmental challenges and the long-term consequences of industrial activities, Centralia offers sobering lessons about the permanence of environmental damage and the human costs of environmental destruction that continue to burn long after the initial mistakes have been made and forgotten. Chapter 17, Heard Island, the living volcano at the edge of the world. As our journey through Earth's most forbidden and inaccessible places draws toward its conclusion, we venture to one of the most remote and volatile locations on our planet, a place where the raw, creative, and destructive forces of the Earth itself continue to shape the landscape in real time. Heard Island, officially known as Heard Island and McDonald Islands, sits in the stormy waters of the Southern Ocean, over 2,500 miles from the nearest continent, representing one of the most isolated pieces of land on Earth. This remarkable subantarctic island is dominated by Big Ben, an active volcano that rises 9,006 feet above sea level and continues to reshape the island through ongoing eruptions that make it one of the most dangerous and inaccessible places for human visitation anywhere on our planet. The extreme isolation of Heard Island places it among the most remote locations accessible to human exploration, yet paradoxically makes it one of the most difficult places to actually reach. Located approximately 2,500 miles southwest of Perth, Australia, and nearly 1,000 miles southeast of the Kerguelen Islands, Heard Island exists in a realm of oceanic wilderness that challenges the very limits of human endurance and technological capability. The nearest permanent human settlement is thousands of miles away, while the nearest emergency rescue facilities are so distant that any expedition to the island must be completely self-sufficient and prepared to handle any crisis without hope of outside assistance. The volcanic nature of Heard Island represents one of its most fascinating and dangerous characteristics, as Big Ben continues to demonstrate the incredible geological forces that created this remote outpost in the Southern Ocean. The volcano has been continuously active since records began, with documented eruptions occurring regularly throughout the 20th and 21st centuries. These eruptions range from relatively minor lava flows to massive explosive events that can be detected by satellites from space, creating a constantly changing landscape that makes detailed mapping of the island extremely difficult and potentially dangerous for anyone attempting to land there. The geological formation of Heard Island reflects its position along one of the most active volcanic hotspots in the Southern Ocean, where the movement of tectonic plates and the upwelling of magma from deep within the Earth continues to create new land while simultaneously destroying existing formations. The island sits atop an underwater mountain range that extends deep into the ocean floor, representing just the tip of a massive volcanic system that includes numerous underwater peaks and volcanic vents. This geological activity makes Heard Island one of the most dynamic and rapidly changing landscapes on Earth, with satellite imagery showing measurable changes in the island's size and shape over periods of just a few years. The climate conditions on Heard Island represent some of the most extreme and challenging weather patterns found anywhere on Earth. Combining the harsh cold of subantarctic latitudes with the violent storms of the Southern Ocean to create an environment that would prove immediately fatal to any unprepared visitor. Temperatures on the island rarely rise above freezing even during the brief summer months, while winter temperatures can drop to levels that would cause frostbite within minutes of exposure. The constant cloud cover and precipitation mean that clear weather is extremely rare, while visibility is often reduced to just a few meters due to fog, snow, and driving rain. The wind conditions around Heard Island are legendary among meteorologists and ocean navigators for their incredible violence and unpredictability. The island sits directly in the path of the roaring 40s and furious 50s, latitude bands where westerly winds circle the globe unimpeded by any continental landmasses, creating some of the most consistently violent weather conditions found anywhere on Earth. Wind speeds regularly exceed 100 miles per hour, while gusts can reach levels that would be classified as Category 5 hurricane conditions if they occurred in tropical regions. These winds create massive waves that can exceed 60 feet in height, making any approach to the island by sea extremely dangerous and often impossible. The biological significance of Heard Island extends far beyond its role as a geological curiosity to encompass its importance as one of the last pristine subantarctic ecosystems remaining on Earth. The island serves as a breeding ground for millions of seabirds, seals, and other marine mammals that have found in its remote location a refuge from human interference and environmental degradation. The absence of introduced species and the minimal human impact on the island's ecosystem make it invaluable for scientific research into how subantarctic environments function without human influence, providing baseline data that cannot be obtained anywhere else in the world. The unique ecosystem of Heard Island has evolved in complete isolation from continental influences, creating a collection of species and ecological relationships that exist nowhere else on Earth. The island's plant life consists primarily of mosses, lichens, and a few hardy flowering plants that have adapted to survive in conditions of extreme cold, constant wind, and minimal soil development. These plants form the foundation of food webs that support populations of insects and other invertebrates that have evolved specialized adaptations for surviving in one of the world's most challenging environments. The marine ecosystem surrounding Heard Island represents one of the richest and most productive ocean environments in the Southern Hemisphere, supporting massive populations of krill, fish, and other marine organisms that serve as food sources for the island's bird and seal populations. The nutrient-rich waters around the island are created by complex ocean currents and upwelling patterns that bring deep ocean nutrients to the surface, supporting primary productivity that rivals that found in tropical coral reef systems. However, this marine productivity is concentrated in a brief summer season when daylight hours are long enough to support photosynthesis by marine algae and phytoplankton. The challenges of reaching Heard Island begin long before any expedition actually arrives at the island itself, as the journey across the Southern Ocean represents one of the most dangerous and technically demanding ocean voyages possible. Any vessel attempting to reach the island must be capable of handling some of the most extreme sea conditions found anywhere on Earth, while also being equipped with ice-strengthened hulls to deal with icebergs and sea ice that can appear without warning in the waters around the island. The nearest safe harbor is thousands of miles away, meaning that any mechanical problems or emergency situations must be handled entirely by the expedition team without hope of outside assistance. The weather windows available for landing on Heard Island are extremely limited and unpredictable, often lasting only a few hours or days during the brief summer season when conditions may be marginally safe for human activity. Even during the best possible weather conditions, landing on the island requires specialized equipment and techniques due to the lack of natural harbors or safe landing beaches. The volcanic activity of the island means that ground conditions can change rapidly and without warning, while the constant threat of sudden weather changes can trap visitors on the island for extended periods, during which survival becomes extremely challenging. The scientific research conducted on Heard Island during the rare expeditions that managed to reach the island has provided invaluable insights into subantarctic ecosystems, volcanic processes, and climate change impacts in one of the most pristine environments remaining on Earth. Researchers have documented dramatic changes in the island's glacial coverage over recent decades, providing clear evidence of climate change impacts in remote polar regions. The island's ecosystems serve as natural laboratories for studying how organisms adapt to extreme conditions and how ecosystems function without human interference. The logistical challenges of conducting scientific research on Heard Island are staggering and require years of planning and preparation for expeditions that may last only a few weeks. All equipment and supplies must be transported thousands of miles across dangerous ocean conditions, while researchers must be prepared to work in conditions that would challenge the most experienced polar explorers. The isolation of the island means that any equipment failures or medical emergencies must be handled entirely by the expedition team, requiring participants to have extensive training in multiple specialized skills, ranging from mountaineering and wilderness medicine to equipment repair and emergency survival techniques. The volcanic monitoring conducted on Heard Island represents some of the most challenging volcano research anywhere in the world, as scientists must work in close proximity to an active volcano while dealing with extreme weather conditions and complete isolation from any emergency support. The data collected from Big Ben provides crucial insights into how isolated oceanic volcanoes behave and how volcanic activity can be influenced by changes in ocean temperature and atmospheric conditions. However, the extreme difficulty and danger of conducting such research means that much about the island's volcanic system remains unknown and poorly understood. The environmental protection status of Heard Island reflects international recognition of its unique value as one of the world's last pristine wilderness areas. The island and its surrounding waters are protected under Australian environmental law as a World Heritage Site, with strict controls on access and activities that could affect the island's ecosystems. These protections are designed to preserve the island's value for scientific research while also protecting unique species and ecosystems that could be easily damaged by human interference. The access restrictions governing visits to Heard Island are among the most stringent applied to any location on Earth, with permits required from multiple Australian government agencies and approval processes that can take years to complete. Even when permits are granted, expeditions must demonstrate extensive safety preparations, environmental protection measures, and scientific justifications for their activities. The extreme cost and logistical complexity of reaching the island means that only a handful of expeditions attempt to visit Heard Island each decade, making it one of the least visited places on Earth. The impact of climate change on Heard Island has been dramatic and well documented, providing scientists with a clear example of how remote polar regions are being affected by global warming. Satellite imagery and the few ground-based studies conducted on the island have shown significant retreat of glacial ice coverage, changes in vegetation patterns, and alterations to wildlife breeding cycles that reflect the rapid pace of environmental change in polar regions. These changes make the island even more valuable for climate research, while also adding urgency to conservation efforts. The role of Heard Island in global ocean circulation patterns extends far beyond its small size to encompass its influence on Southern Ocean currents that affect climate patterns throughout the Southern Hemisphere. The island sits at a crucial location where several major ocean currents converge, creating mixing patterns that influence the transport of heat, nutrients, and marine organisms across vast areas of the Southern Ocean. Understanding these circulation patterns is crucial for predicting how climate change will affect ocean systems and global weather patterns. The technological challenges of studying Heard Island have driven innovations in remote sensing, satellite monitoring, and autonomous research equipment that have applications far beyond polar research. Scientists have developed specialized instruments capable of operating in extreme conditions for extended periods without human intervention, while satellite monitoring techniques have been refined to detect subtle changes in volcanic activity and ecosystem conditions from space. These technological advances have improved our ability to study other remote and dangerous locations around the world. The international cooperation required for research on Heard Island demonstrates how scientific collaboration can overcome the challenges posed by extreme isolation and difficult working conditions. Expeditions to the island typically involve researchers from multiple countries and institutions, sharing costs, expertise, and resources to make scientifically valuable research possible in such a challenging environment. This cooperation model has proven valuable for other remote research locations and demonstrates the importance of international collaboration in addressing global environmental challenges. The wildlife populations on Heard Island represent some of the largest and most pristine seabird and marine mammal colonies remaining in the Southern Ocean, providing crucial breeding habitat for species that are threatened by human activities elsewhere in their ranges. The island supports millions of individual animals during the breeding season, creating one of the most spectacular wildlife displays anywhere on Earth. However, The remoteness and harsh conditions that protect these populations also make it extremely difficult to study them and monitor their health and population trends. The unique geological features of Heard Island extend beyond its active volcano to include glacial formations, coastal landscapes, and mineral deposits that provide insights into how remote oceanic islands form and evolve over geological timescales. The island's rocks contain evidence of its volcanic history spanning millions of years, while its glacial features record past climate conditions and changes that have occurred over thousands of years. These geological records are invaluable for understanding how climate and volcanic activity have interacted to shape the island's landscape. The navigation hazards around Heard Island make it one of the most dangerous locations for maritime operations anywhere in the world, with unpredictable currents, hidden reefs, and constantly changing ice conditions that can trap or destroy vessels without warning. The magnetic anomalies created by the island's volcanic rocks can interfere with compass navigation, while the extreme weather conditions can make radar and GPS systems unreliable. These navigation challenges have contributed to the island's reputation as one of the most dangerous destinations for maritime expeditions. The psychological challenges faced by researchers and expedition members working on Heard Island include not only the stress of operating in such extreme and dangerous conditions, but also the profound isolation from the rest of humanity that comes with visiting one of the most remote places on Earth. The combination of harsh physical conditions, constant danger, and complete isolation from emergency support creates psychological pressures that can affect decision-making and team dynamics in ways that could prove dangerous in such an unforgiving environment. The economic costs associated with expeditions to Heard Island are enormous, often exceeding hundreds of thousands of dollars for even brief visits that may last only a few days or weeks. These costs include not only the specialized equipment and transportation required to reach the island, but also the extensive insurance, safety equipment, and emergency preparations necessary for operating in such a remote and dangerous location. The high costs limit research opportunities and mean that every expedition must be carefully planned to maximize scientific value while minimizing risks and expenses. The cultural significance of Heard Island extends beyond its scientific importance to include its role as one of the last truly wild places on Earth, a location where natural processes continue without any human influence or interference. For many people, the existence of such places provides psychological and philosophical value, even if they will never visit them personally, representing a connection to the wild and untamed aspects of our planet that are increasingly rare in our human-dominated world. The future of research and conservation on Heard Island depends on continued international cooperation and recognition of the island's unique value for understanding climate change, volcanic processes, and ecosystem dynamics in pristine environments. As technology continues to advance, new opportunities may emerge for studying the island remotely or with reduced human presence, potentially making research safer and more cost-effective while still providing valuable scientific insights. The legacy of Heard Island as one of Earth's last frontiers serves as a reminder of how much of our planet remains unexplored and unknown, despite our technological advances and global communications networks. The island represents the intersection of some of the most powerful forces shaping our planet, from volcanic activity and climate change to ocean circulation and ecosystem dynamics, making it a crucial location for understanding how these forces interact to shape the world we live in. Heard Island stands as one of the most remarkable examples of how geographic isolation, extreme weather, and ongoing geological activity can combine to create places that remain almost entirely beyond human reach. For virtually all of humanity, this volcanic island will remain forever inaccessible, existing only in satellite images, scientific reports, and the accounts of the few brave researchers who have managed to reach its shores. Yet its very existence continues to remind us of the incredible diversity and power of the natural forces that shape our planet, offering insights into the fundamental processes that have created and continue to modify the world we inhabit. In an age when human influence has touched virtually every corner of the Earth, Heard Island remains a bastion of pure wilderness where the creative and destructive forces of nature continue to operate without human interference, preserving a window into the wild and untamed world that existed long before human civilization and will likely persist long after our species has passed into history. Chapter 18, Area 51, America's Most Secret Installation. As we reach the final destination in our extraordinary journey through Earth's most forbidden and mysterious places, we encounter a location that has captured the global imagination like no other secret facility on our planet. Deep in the Nevada desert, approximately 90 miles northwest of Las Vegas, lies a military installation so classified and heavily guarded that its very existence was officially denied by the United States government for decades. Area 51, also known as Groom Lake or Dreamland, represents the ultimate expression of government secrecy and classified military research, a place where the boundaries between documented fact and wild speculation have become so blurred that separating truth from fiction has become virtually impossible for anyone without the highest levels of security clearance. The facility that would become known as Area 51 began its existence during the height of the Cold War, when the need for absolute secrecy in military aircraft development drove the United States government to seek locations so remote and secure that even the most sophisticated Soviet intelligence operations would be unable to penetrate their defenses. The choice of this particular site in the Nevada desert was not random, but rather the result of careful analysis of geographical, security, and operational factors that made it ideal for the most sensitive military research and testing activities imaginable. The landscape surrounding Area 51 is characterized by vast expanses of desert terrain that stretch to the horizon in every direction, creating natural barriers to observation and infiltration that would be impossible to replicate in more populated regions. The facility sits within the Nevada Test and Training Range, a military reservation covering over 2.9 million acres of some of the most desolate and inhospitable terrain in North America. This enormous buffer zone ensures that unauthorized observers cannot approach close enough to the facility to gather meaningful intelligence about its activities, while the harsh desert environment creates additional obstacles for anyone attempting to conduct surveillance or infiltration operations. The geological characteristics of the Groom Lake area made it particularly suitable for aircraft testing and development, with the large, dry lake bed providing a natural runway capable of handling even the most experimental aircraft designs. The flat, hard-packed surface of the lake bed extends for miles in every direction, creating an ideal testing environment where aircraft could be operated under conditions that would be impossible at conventional airfields. The remote location meant that test flights could be conducted without the risk of observation by civilian aircraft or ground-based observers, while the clear desert air provided excellent visibility for tracking and monitoring test aircraft performance. The establishment of Area 51 as a classified research facility can be traced directly to the development of the U-2 spy plane program in the 1950s, when the Central Intelligence Agency and Lockheed Corporation needed a location where this revolutionary high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft could be tested and refined without detection by Soviet intelligence services. The U-2 program represented one of the most ambitious and technologically advanced aircraft development projects ever undertaken, requiring testing facilities that could accommodate aircraft designed to fly at altitudes and speeds that had never been achieved before in aviation history. The security measures implemented at Area 51 from its earliest days established standards for classified facility protection that have influenced military security protocols around the world. The facility is surrounded by multiple layers of physical barriers, electronic surveillance systems, and armed security forces that create what is arguably the most secure perimeter of any military installation on Earth. Access to the facility is controlled through a single checkpoint where even authorized personnel must undergo extensive identity verification and security screening procedures that can take hours to complete. The restricted airspace above Area 51 extends far beyond the physical boundaries of the facility itself, creating a massive aerial exclusion zone that is enforced by military aircraft capable of intercepting any unauthorized intrusion within minutes. This restricted airspace, designated R4808N, prohibits all civilian and most military aircraft from entering the region without specific authorization, while sophisticated radar and tracking systems monitor for any violations of these restrictions. The penalties for unauthorized airspace intrusions can include interception by military fighter aircraft, forced landing, detention, and prosecution under federal laws that carry severe criminal penalties. The physical security perimeter around Area 51 has become legendary among conspiracy theorists and security experts for its sophistication, and the extreme measures taken to prevent unauthorized access. Motion sensors, underground cables, and infrared detection systems create an invisible barrier that extends for miles around the facility, while security personnel are authorized to use deadly force against anyone who attempts to breach the perimeter. Warning signs posted around the facility inform potential intruders that photography is prohibited, that deadly force is authorized, and that trespassers will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of federal law. The aircraft development programs conducted at Area 51 have included some of the most advanced and revolutionary aviation technologies ever created, many of which have fundamentally changed the nature of modern warfare and intelligence gathering. Following the U-2 program, the facility hosted development of the SR-71 Blackbird, the world's fastest and highest-flying reconnaissance aircraft, capable of speeds exceeding Mach 3 and altitudes above 80,000 feet. The technological achievements represented by these aircraft pushed the boundaries of materials science, engine design, and aerodynamics in ways that seemed almost impossible at the time of their development. The stealth aircraft programs developed at Area 51 revolutionized military aviation and created entirely new categories of aircraft design that remain classified decades after their initial development. The F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighter, the first operational stealth aircraft, was developed and tested at the facility under security conditions so strict that even its existence remained classified for years after it entered operational service. The stealth technology principles developed through these programs influenced the design of subsequent military aircraft and created capabilities that fundamentally altered the balance of power in modern warfare. The test pilot community associated with Area 51 represents some of the most skilled and experienced aviators ever to fly experimental aircraft, individuals who regularly risked their lives testing technologies that had never been proven under actual flight conditions. These pilots operated aircraft that existed at the very edge of technological possibility, often flying machines that incorporated untested systems and design concepts that could fail catastrophically without warning. The culture of secrecy surrounding the facility meant that these pilots could never discuss their work publicly or receive recognition for their contributions to aviation development, creating a unique community of individuals bound together by shared experiences that they could never share with the outside world. The civilian contractor workforce at Area 51 includes some of the most highly skilled engineers, technicians, and scientists in the aerospace industry, individuals who have undergone extensive background investigations and security clearances that can take years to obtain. These workers are transported to the facility daily on unmarked aircraft that depart from a special terminal at McCarran International Airport in Las Vegas, creating a commuter operation that is itself shrouded in secrecy and speculation. The compartmentalized nature of the work conducted at the facility means that most workers have access only to information directly related to their specific assignments, with strict prohibitions against discussing their work, even with colleagues working on related projects. The official government position regarding Area 51 evolved slowly over decades from complete denial of the facility's existence to limited acknowledgement of its role in classified aircraft testing. For years, government officials refused to confirm or deny the existence of any facilities at Groom Lake, despite overwhelming photographic and documentary evidence of extensive operations at the site. This policy of official denial contributed to the growth of conspiracy theories and speculation about the facility's true purpose, as the absence of official information created an information vacuum that was filled by increasingly elaborate theories about alien technology and secret government programs. The declassification of some historical information about Area 51 in recent years has provided limited insights into the facility's role in Cold War aviation development, while simultaneously raising new questions about current operations and capabilities. Documents released through Freedom of Information Act requests and historical reviews have confirmed the facility's role in developing the U-2 and SR-71 aircraft, while also revealing the extraordinary security measures and technological achievements associated with these programs. However, these declassified materials cover only historical programs and provide no information about current activities or future projects that may be under development at the facility. The UFO conspiracy theories associated with Area 51 have made the facility perhaps the most famous secret military installation in the world, creating a mythology that has influenced popular culture and public perceptions of government secrecy in ways that extend far beyond the facility itself. The remote location, extreme security measures, and official denials of the facility's existence created ideal conditions for the development of theories about extraterrestrial technology and government cover-ups of alien contact. These theories were further fueled by witness accounts of unusual aircraft and lights observed in the area, many of which were likely classified military aircraft being tested under cover of darkness. The cultural impact of Area 51 extends far beyond its actual military significance to encompass its role as a symbol of government secrecy and the tensions between national security requirements and public transparency. The facility has been featured in countless books, movies, television shows, and internet discussions that explore themes of government conspiracy, alien contact, and the limits of official secrecy in democratic societies. This cultural significance has made Area 51 a global phenomenon that transcends its actual role as a military testing facility, creating a brand and mythology that influences public perceptions of government activities and military research. The tourism industry that has developed around Area 51 demonstrates the commercial potential of mystery and forbidden access, as thousands of visitors travel to the Nevada desert each year, hoping to catch glimpses of classified aircraft or unexplained phenomena. The small town of Rachel, Nevada, located on the highway nearest to the facility, has embraced its proximity to Area 51 by marketing itself as the UFO capital of the world and hosting annual events that attract visitors from around the globe. However, these tourists are limited to observing the facility from public land located many miles away, as the security perimeter ensures that no meaningful details of the facility's operations can be observed from accessible vantage points. The internet age has transformed public interest in Area 51 from a niche fascination among UFO enthusiasts to a global phenomenon that has influenced everything from social media challenges to viral marketing campaigns. The Storm Area 51 Inches Facebook event that emerged in 2019, while begun as a joke, attracted over 2 million people who pledged to storm the facility and see them aliens, demonstrating the continued power of the Area 51 mythology to capture public imagination. While the actual event resulted in only a small gathering of curiosity seekers and festival goers, it highlighted the enduring fascination with the facility and the challenges that social media presents for maintaining security around classified installations. The technological innovations developed at Area 51 have influenced civilian aviation and technology development in ways that extend far beyond their original military applications. Advances in materials science, engine design, aerodynamics, and electronic systems developed for classified aircraft programs have found their way into commercial aviation, contributing to improvements in fuel efficiency, performance, and safety that benefit millions of civilian passengers. However, the classified nature of much of this technology means that the full extent of these contributions may not be apparent for decades after their initial development. The international intelligence community's interest in Area 51 has made the facility a target for foreign espionage operations that represent some of the most sophisticated intelligence-gathering efforts ever directed against American military installations. Satellite imagery from foreign nations, electronic surveillance operations, and human intelligence efforts have all been focused on the facility in attempts to understand its capabilities and gather information about American military technology development. The security measures implemented at Area 51 have been designed to counter these threats while maintaining the operational security necessary for continued testing and development activities. The economic impact of Area 51 extends throughout the Las Vegas region and beyond, supporting thousands of jobs in aerospace manufacturing, security services, and support industries that serve the classified aircraft development community. The facility represents a significant investment in American military technology development, with annual budgets that likely exceed billions of dollars when all associated programs and support activities are included. However, the classified nature of these programs means that their true economic impact is difficult to assess and may not be fully apparent in public economic data. The environmental considerations associated with operations at Area 51 include the management of hazardous materials, noise pollution from aircraft testing, and the protection of desert ecosystems within the Nevada test and training range. The facility's operations are subject to environmental regulations and monitoring requirements, Though many details about environmental compliance and impact mitigation remain classified, the large buffer zone around the facility helps minimize environmental impacts on areas outside the military reservation, while providing habitat protection for desert wildlife species that might otherwise be affected by military activities. The recruitment and personnel management challenges associated with Area 51 are unique in the aerospace industry, requiring the identification and security clearance of individuals with both exceptional technical skills and the personal characteristics necessary to work under conditions of extreme secrecy. The facility's workforce includes not only American citizens, but also foreign nationals from allied countries who work on collaborative military development programs, creating additional security and management complexities. The psychological pressures associated with maintaining classified information and working in such a secretive environment require careful attention to employee well-being and job satisfaction. The future of Area 51 as a classified research facility depends on continuing technological challenges and national security requirements that drive the need for advanced military capabilities. Emerging threats in space, cyber warfare, and advanced missile systems are likely to require continued investment in classified research and development programs that push the boundaries of current technology. The facility's infrastructure and security systems will need to evolve to meet these changing requirements while maintaining the operational security that has made it effective for classified research over many decades. The legal framework governing operations at Area 51 involves complex interactions between military regulations, national security laws, environmental statutes, and international agreements that govern military technology development and testing. The facility operates under special authorities and exemptions that allow it to conduct activities that would not be permitted at conventional military installations, while also being subject to oversight and accountability measures designed to ensure compliance with applicable laws and regulations. The balance between operational security and legal compliance requires constant attention and coordination between multiple government agencies and oversight bodies. The scientific research conducted at Area 51 extends beyond aircraft development to include studies of advanced propulsion systems, materials science, electronic warfare systems, and other technologies that may have applications far beyond conventional military aircraft. The facility serves as a testbed for technologies that may not reach operational deployment for decades, requiring long-term research programs and the patience to pursue technological developments that may initially seem impossible or impractical. This basic research function makes the facility valuable not only for immediate military applications, but also for advancing human understanding of physics, engineering, and technology more broadly. The international cooperation aspects of Area 51 operations involve collaborative programs with allied nations that share intelligence information, technological developments, and research costs for advanced military systems. These cooperative programs allow participating nations to benefit from shared technological advances while distributing the enormous costs associated with cutting-edge military research and development. However, these collaborations also create additional security challenges and require careful management of technology transfer and information sharing to protect sensitive capabilities while maximizing cooperative benefits. The public accountability and oversight challenges associated with Area 51 reflect the broader tensions between democratic transparency and national security secrecy that affect many aspects of government operations in modern societies. Congressional oversight of classified programs requires specially cleared legislators and staff members who can review activities and budgets without compromising operational security, while public accountability must be balanced against the need to protect sensitive information from foreign intelligence services. These accountability mechanisms help ensure that classified programs serve legitimate national security purposes while operating within legal and ethical boundaries. The technological competition aspects of Area 51 operations involve efforts to maintain American advantages in military technology while countering advances by potential adversaries who may be developing their own advanced military systems. This technological competition drives continuous innovation and improvement in American military capabilities, while also requiring intelligence gathering and analysis to understand foreign military developments. The facility plays a crucial role in this technological competition, by providing the secure testing and development environment necessary for maintaining technological superiority. The legacy of Area 51 as the most famous secret military installation in the world reflects both its genuine contributions to American military capabilities and its mythological status in popular culture and conspiracy theories. The facility has successfully maintained operational security for classified programs spanning over 6 decades while simultaneously becoming a global symbol of government secrecy and the subject of endless speculation and theories. This dual legacy demonstrates both the effectiveness of security measures and the challenges that extreme secrecy creates for government credibility and public trust. Area 51 stands as the ultimate example of how government secrecy, advanced technology, and geographical isolation can combine to create places that exist almost entirely outside public knowledge and accountability. For the vast majority of humanity, this legendary facility will remain forever inaccessible, existing only in satellite images, conspiracy theories, and the carefully controlled information that government agencies choose to release. Yet its very existence serves as a powerful reminder of the incredible technological capabilities that modern nations can develop when security requirements and unlimited resources are combined with the most advanced scientific and engineering expertise available. In our age of global connectivity and information sharing, Area 51 represents one of the last true secrets, a place where the boundaries between science fiction and reality continue to blur in ways that capture the imagination, while challenging our understanding of what governments are capable of achieving when they operate beyond public scrutiny and conventional limitations. The cultural implications of accessibility are perhaps most complex in cases involving indigenous peoples or sacred sites. The Javari Valley's uncontacted tribes represent one of the most extreme examples of how human contact could prove devastating to communities that have remained isolated for centuries or millennia. The historical record of contact between isolated indigenous peoples and the outside world is almost universally tragic, involving disease epidemics, cultural destruction, and social collapse that can eliminate entire ways of life within a single generation. The current policy of protecting these communities through continued isolation, while controversial, represents a recognition that some forms of human diversity can only be preserved through separation. Yet despite these potentially negative consequences, there is something undeniably appealing about the possibility of exploring these forbidden realms. The human drive to explore and understand our world is so fundamental that the existence of places we cannot reach inevitably creates a sense of incompleteness in our knowledge and experience. Each of the 20 locations we have explored represents a piece of our planet that remains beyond direct human experience for the vast majority of our species, creating gaps in our collective understanding that can only be filled through the accounts of the few who have managed to reach these places or through the limited information provided by remote sensing and scientific research. The technological advances that continue to expand human capabilities may eventually make some currently impossible explorations feasible, but they are also likely to create new categories of forbidden places. As human activities extend into space, the deep ocean, and other extreme environments, new barriers to exploration will emerge based on the technical challenges, costs, and risks associated with these frontiers. The fundamental pattern of human curiosity, confronting various forms of limitation and restriction, seems likely to persist regardless of how our technological capabilities evolve. The digital age has created new ways of experiencing forbidden places that provide some satisfaction for human curiosity while maintaining the protections and restrictions that keep these locations inaccessible. Satellite imagery, virtual reality reconstructions, and detailed documentary coverage allow people to experience simulated versions of places they will never visit in person. However, these technological substitutes, while valuable for education and research, cannot fully replicate the psychological impact of physical presence in extraordinary environments. The knowledge that one is experiencing a simulation or viewing remotely captured images lacks the existential weight of direct personal experience in places where human presence is rare or impossible. The future of forbidden places on our planet will likely be shaped by the ongoing tension between human curiosity and the various forces that create and maintain restrictions on access. Climate change may make some currently accessible areas dangerous or impossible to reach, while potentially opening up others that are currently protected by natural barriers. Political changes could alter the security classifications and access restrictions that currently protect sensitive facilities, while evolving cultural attitudes might change how we approach the protection of indigenous peoples and sacred sites. Technological advances will continue to push the boundaries of what is physically possible for human exploration, while also creating new tools for experiencing and studying remote locations without requiring direct human presence. Perhaps most importantly, our growing understanding of the interconnected nature of global ecosystems and the fragility of many unique environments is likely to increase rather than decrease the number of places that are protected from human access. As we learn more about the impacts of human activity on natural systems and the irreplaceable value of undisturbed environments for scientific research and conservation, the arguments for maintaining forbidden zones become stronger rather than weaker. The 20 places we have explored in this journey represent more than just geographical curiosities or travel destinations that happen to be inaccessible. They serve as reminders of the incredible diversity of our planet, the limits of human capability and knowledge, and the various forces that shape our relationship with the natural and human-made environments around us. They challenge us to consider what we truly value about exploration and discovery, and whether the knowledge that comes from making the inaccessible accessible is worth the potential costs in terms of safety, environmental protection, cultural preservation, and the simple human need for mystery and wonder. In our age of global connectivity and seemingly unlimited access to information, the existence of places that remain genuinely mysterious and inaccessible serves an important psychological and cultural function. They remind us that our world still contains unknowns, and that human knowledge and capability, while impressive, remain limited in fundamental ways. They provide focal points for our imagination and curiosity that cannot be satisfied through casual consumption or digital simulation. They challenge us to think about the boundaries we choose to maintain and the prices we are willing to pay for knowledge, access, and experience. As we conclude this exploration of Earth's most forbidden territories, we are left with questions that extend far beyond the specific locations we have visited. What drives the human need to explore and access the inaccessible? How do we balance curiosity and knowledge-seeking with the preservation of unique environments, cultures, and security interests? What role should mystery and inaccessibility play in our increasingly transparent and connected world? And perhaps most fundamentally, are there some places that should remain forever beyond human reach, not because we lack the capability to access them, but because their very inaccessibility is part of what makes them valuable? The answers to these questions will likely shape not only our relationship with the forbidden places of our own planet, but also our approach to exploration and discovery as human activities extend into new frontiers in space, the ocean depths, and other extreme environments. The lessons learned from our earthbound forbidden territories may prove essential for making wise decisions about how to approach the even more challenging and mysterious realms that await human exploration in the future. Until then, these 20 remarkable places will continue to capture our imagination precisely because they remain beyond our reach, existing as symbols of the unknown and unknowable aspects of our extraordinary planet. They remind us that despite all our technological achievements and global connectivity, Earth still holds secrets that can only be preserved through distance, protection, and the simple recognition that some mysteries are more valuable when they remain unsolved. In a world where virtually everything can be photographed, mapped, and shared instantly across the globe, perhaps the greatest gift these forbidden places offer us is the reminder that wonder and mystery are not relics of a less informed past, but essential elements of what makes our world truly extraordinary. What forbidden place calls to your imagination most strongly, and what do you think we would lose or gain if its secrets were finally revealed to the world?